Okay, hello and welcome everybody. As Councillor Ballew is not in attendance tonight and he is the chair of this committee, I am now, as Coordinator of Governance, seeking nominations for a temporary chair for tonight's meeting. Do I have any nominations? Councillor Rabuki?
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Councillor Hollingsworth, please.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Councillor Tawney?
I'm happy to second that motion.
We don't seem to.
Thank you. Is anyone opposed? I will now put that motion to a vote. All those in favour? Thank you. Passed unanimously. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Welcome everyone. As Councillor Ballew is not in attendance this evening, I'm pleased to be supported my councillor colleagues to chair this meeting on his behalf. My name is Councillor Lisa Hollingsworth, and I wish to welcome all of you here this evening to the Services Delegated Committee. Before we commence the meeting, I request that all mobile telephones are turned off or switched to silent. Thank you. I will begin by introducing my fellow councillor colleagues. Seated at the horseshoe table on the left, Councillor Shima Ibuki, Councillor Wes Gold. We do have Councillor Michael Nolan who has stepped out, so we will address him when he comes back into the chamber. Next is Councillor Felicity Singfield, and on the opposite side of the table we have Councillor Victor Franco, our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mel Osborne-Smith, Councillor Sophie Tawney, our Mayor, Councillor John Frampiera and Councillor Chris Paddis, and I note that Councillor Michael Nolan has just walked back into his chair. Good evening. I would also like to acknowledge our CEO, Mr. Philip Storer, sitting on my right, and Governance Coordinator, Ms. Kirsten Ritchie, to my left. There are other officers in attendance this evening and they will be introduced as they present their reports. The purpose of the Service Delegated Committee is to deal with issues relating to the provision of human and physical services and council infrastructure. For those in the gallery this evening, and those of you that will be presenting, when we come to the agenda item of which you wish to speak, it will first be introduced by an officer, and then I will call you one by one to come forward and address council. I will then announce the name of the next person in sequence as we have presenters listed to provide forward notice so the next presenter is ready to come forward. I will also ask speakers to sit at the top of the horseshoe table in front of the microphone, and you'll be inviting first of all those to speak against the officer's recommendation, followed by those in favour. When making a submission, you are requested to present your viewpoint clearly and concisely on why you agree or disagree with the proposal. You may suggest an alternative approach which will satisfy your concerns. Please do not repeat what earlier submitters have said, and please keep the conversation and discussion focused on the agenda item. There is a limit of 3 minutes for each speaker, and that includes councillors. As chairperson, I reserve the right to vary that, but seldom do. I will ring the bell at the 2.5 minute mark to indicate that you have 30 seconds remaining for your presentation. After you have spoken, please remain at the horseshoe table while I ask if any councillor has a question for you. For those in the gallery wishing to take this opportunity again to speak and listen and partake in the proceedings, I just want to remind all of us that we apply respectful courtesy to each other, so please don't speak during anyone's presentation and just be mindful of the committee and council officers as a whole. This includes remaining quiet while others are addressing the meeting and not disrupting decision-making process of the committee. I would like to encourage all submitters, officers and councillors to speak directly into the microphone. This will ensure that everyone can be heard clearly. Ms Ritchie, is there any apologies for this evening?
Thank you, and through you, Chair, there is one apology, Councillor Baillieu.
Thank you. The next item, we move to the confirmation and adoption of the minutes held on the 13th of October. Councillors, I am search of a motion to adopt and confirm the minutes. Councillor Noland.
I'd like to move the officer's recommendation be accepted.
Thank you. And I'm in search of a second, Councillor Frimpere.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Is there anyone opposed? I see no opposition. I will put the motion. Those in favour? I declare that carried unanimously. Next agenda item is declaration of conflict of interest of any council or council officer. If any council or officer has a conflict of interest they wish to declare or foreshadow, can you please indicate now? I see no lights on. Thank you. Item 4, presentation of officers' report. Item 4.1 is the General Tree Services Variation Contract. I call upon Daniel Freer, the Manager of Places and Spaces, to present, and supported by Alana. Thank you.
Evening, and thank you. Through you, Chair. This report is seeking approval for the variation to the General Tree Service contract to increase the council-approved expenditure limit to $16,999,472. There's no requirement to increase the budget available. This variation simply seeks to align the approved expenditure limit with the available budget over the maximum term of the contract. This contract provides services for tree pruning, tree work removal, tree inspections, and tree health treatments. When the original expenditure limit was calculated, not all the budgets for this range of work were included, and the impact of annual CPI increases were not considered. So approving this variation will correct those errors. The office recommendation is on the screen in front of you, and I commend that to you.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Buki.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, can you confirm that this contract includes the work that involves the pruning of trees on streets, nature strips?
It does mostly in a reactive sense. So when residents report concerns about a tree or want a tree pruned, this is the contract that covers that.
Okay. Can I ask a question, please? I'm aware that there were quite a few concerns from residents about recent tree pruning. Many have described the trees as looking a little butchered. And while we recognise that pruning is necessary, the way it's done makes a big difference. So what can we do to ensure that we have better control over the standard of work by our contractors?
We haven't had any recent issues under the works carried out under this contract. We have had a lot of concerns about the proactive work that's carried out under the electric line clearance program, which we've just, in October, we awarded the new contract that will start in January, and we discussed then the change in contract structure that we're going through and the additional council controls that have been put in place to address that.
Councillor Buki, does that satisfy your...
So, sorry, you're saying that we're not using any of the same contractors who undertook the work, the recent work on many of our street trees?
The work that we've had complaints about has been under a different contract to the one in front of us tonight. That contract is ending at the end of this year, and a new contract has been awarded to start in January. That will be with the incumbent contractor, but we are altering that structure, and we're doing a lot of work with them to set up to ensure that they are valuing our trees as much as we do. Through regular monthly meetings. The main thing we've changed in the new contract is that the trees will be first inspected by an independent assessor who then determines the works. Council can then review those works, then it's allocated to the contractor who does the cutting. Currently, the works under the current contract, where we've had quite a lot of issues, the works of the inspection and works have been carried out by the same company.
Okay, thank you for that. So sorry to labour the point, but I just want to then confirm that, say, if we have a similar situation occurring again, where we have residents and I myself and quite a few other councillors noticed that the tree pruning was, let's say, a little bit overzealous, whether there will be a change in practice so that if we notice that again, the tree pruning can, be pulled back or cease for a time until we investigate on the spot and we rectify the matter. Because I'm concerned that when it happened recently, there were council was given a heads up about observations made by residents and councillors, and there wasn't any, change, or there wasn't any feedback that seemed to have been delivered to our contractors.
Thank you, Councillor Bookie. We'll just allow Ms Matheson a little bit of time to ponder on the answer there. And just to ensure councillors that I've noticed all your lights on, Mayor Tawny, you're next. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you, through you, Madam Acting Chair. The contract regime, particularly around our electric line clearance work, has been updated, and so the efforts that we take now around contract management are far more stringent. There are regular meetings with the contractor. There are inspections site by site when a complaint is made. And we make it very clear around our expectations to the contractors, both in an expectation of what we want to see, but contractually as well. If they're not performing, then we use the contract as well for the appropriate penalties under that. As Ms Matheson has said, we're really keen to ensure that contractors understand the importance of the tree canopy for our community and that they're working in concert with us in that regard and really not denuding trees unnecessarily. The mechanism now under that with an independent inspection and determination of work will really improve that outcome.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Mayor Tawny.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Ms Matheson, just in line with the potential change to the electric line clearance regulations that may come through in the next few months, and hopefully if they do, they'll come through with a 30 millimetre clearance around trees rather than 1 metre. Will this contract allow for variation that will end up being hopefully a reduction in the cost of pruning trees if that regulation comes through?
Thank you for that question, and through you, Chair. Yes, this under this contract we specify the works, and so we will be able to vary that. It's a schedule of rates contract, so we're only paying for what they do. So we're hoping to get a savings as well if there's changes to the regulations, but the contractors will be changing what they do. We are hoping the draft new regulations are open for public consultation before the end of the year. Then we'll get to see what's likely to change, and we've got time between now and June to fully make sure our own crew and our contractors are changing their work practices to meet the new regulations.
Thank you. Councillor Nolan.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I think Ms Matheson and the team. Can you just help me understand the panel D, the specialist tree panel, which says that in brackets it's a tree healthcare. I'm just trying to understand that's a big proportion of the annual spend. Is that where does the pruning sit, and what is the specialist tree panel? Those two in that panel, what are they doing specifically?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So the specialist part, panel D of the contract, is a different category to the category that's in the budget forecast. That use of specialist applies to two unrelated matters. So the specialist tree category under the budget forecast is our expense account for the majority of our tree works. So that is why it's such a large number, because that pays for all the majority of the tree works we do. That is separate to the panel D, which is the specialist tree health and component of the contract, which predominantly is elm leaf beetle. The majority of what we do under panel D is elm leaf beetle treatment.
So I'm looking at page 7. So on page 7, 2.2 million specialist tree is actually the expense for the majority of the work. And are you saying that the second mention of specialist tree is the panel D? Is that what you're saying?
So the table has, in putting the table, I cut off a line. I cut off the cost codes that these expenses come out of. So the bottom two lines, which is trade services and specialist tree, they relate to our proactive council managed land programs, the inspections and works we do around childcare centres, MCH, civic buildings, all of our parks. And then the budgets above that is our main tree work budget. So the trade services, specialist tree, elm leaf beetle, and stump removal and consultants, that all comes out of our major tree cost centre.
So what's the difference between the specialist tree and corridors?
They're coming out of different. So the difference is they're just coming out of different cost centres.
Right. So, okay. Maybe not for tonight, but it would be good to sort of have a bit more clarity on how that, if it's possible, relates to the panel D, so that others won't get similarly confused.
Yes, I think it's a very valid point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nolan. Next, we have Councillor Franco, followed by Councillor Pettis.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to follow up with a similar question to Councillor Ibuki, but looking at other areas of performance and correcting behaviour. What measures does council take if they undertake inappropriate actions, and does council have the scope to, within the current proposal, which seems fine to me, does council have the scope to select the contractor it wants? And I'd like to give a very specific example. One of the contractors here under Panel B and Panel A, TreeServe Proprietary Limited, regularly and routinely each evening has a truck parked illegally in Glen Iris, an 8-metre truck near Nettleton Park. Council has been receiving complaints in relation to that, and I'm just curious how an issue like that might be addressed.
Through Madam Acting Chair, where the matter relates to the performance under the contract, council has the ability to issue show cause notices or escalation under the contract to seek resolution of matters, and that might resolve ultimately in termination of a contractor off the panel if those issues in relation to the contract are significant. In regard to a matter of where they're parking, I'll need to talk with my colleagues in our civic services team. The contract won't specify anything in relation to that activity, but that is something more separately that we can address and seek issue the relevant fines or whatever it may be, enforcement of that activity. Again, if that continues to carry on, I think it is appropriate that council write to it as its contractor and seeking compliance beyond that. However, they are separate matters.
Thank you, Councillor Frank.
Thank you. I'm just wondering whether the Director of Urban Living had anything additional to add. But it's
Thanks, Madam Chair. Nothing further than to indicate that we would absolutely take enforcement action and issue appropriate infringements if there is a breach of the road rules in regard to the parking of a truck, irrespective of who the contractor is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the officers. This is a 3-year contract that was originally going to finish on the 30th of September this year, but we're now extending it to the 31st of December this year. And there's also 2 one-year extensions, as I understand it. But because we're approving this variation for the maximum term, does that mean we're indirectly letting the panel know that we're going to go till the 30th of September 27, or do we still have the option as to whether we take up the 2 one-year extensions? So is it like worst case, or or are we actually sending a signal that we're going to take up the 2 extensions?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. The matter tonight is just to approve the contract expenditure over the maximum potential term of the contract. It doesn't bind us to extending the contract for that term. The contract currently expires 31st of December. With this variation in place, we will look to extend it again, but in line with the contract terms, which doesn't allow us to extend it all at once to the maximum term.
Thank you. Now, I see no other lights on, so I think questions are exhausted. Councillors, on insert of a motion. Councillor Biggie.
Yes, happy to move the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. And seconder, Councillor Osborne-Smith.
Happy to second. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone opposed? I see no opposition. Councillor Biggie, would you like to speak to the motion?
Only very briefly that obviously trees are very beloved by our residents and by councillors. They provide us with livability, they provide us with shade. They are a very attractive feature of our municipality, and we require this contract to continue to look after our trees. Thank you.
Thank you. No, because the motion is not opposed. Councillor Osborne-Smith, did you want to speak, or are you happy?
No, I just simply endorse Councillor Bookie's sentiments about our trees and reinforce that from my perspective and those constituents I represent, trees are an extremely important part of our city, and we're very proud of them and need to love them and care for them dearly.
Thank you. Here. Councillor, so I will now put that motion. Those in favour? I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. 4.2, Alice Anderson Public Art Project. I call upon Jackie Gatz, Senior Coordinator of Community and Cultural Programming. Welcome, Jack. And supported by Kate McCackey, Director of Community Development. And I also make a note that we do have one presenter wishing to speak following the conclusion of the officer's presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Jackie Gatz, Senior Coordinator of Community and Cultural Programming. Through this report, we're seeking endorsement to partner with the Alice Anderson Memorial Project Association to develop and commission a public artwork commemorating Alice Anderson, an inventor, entrepreneur and pioneering figure from Kew. The proposed artwork would become a council asset and be installed on council-managed land. Council's further support is to be considered as part of the draft 2026-27 budget. This includes a proposed allocation of $60,000 for landscaping and a one-off contribution from Council of $40,000 towards the production of the artwork. Key considerations in the report include that this is a community-led initiative that aligns strategically with the new Boroondara Community Plan, as well as other relevant council policies and strategies. The commissioned artwork will be a valuable addition to Council's public art collection, enhancing the cultural landscape of Petrie Square and contributing to Boroondara's rich artistic heritage. Alice Anderson is a significant historical figure worthy of public commemoration. Her contributions are outlined in detail within the report. This project has received strong support from Alice Anderson's family and members of the community, including written endorsements from past and current Boroondara residents. I'd like to acknowledge attendance tonight of Alice Anderson Memorial Project Association members Samantha Loveridge, Tina Russo, Susan Redrop and Jane Hutchings. The project has been in development for several years by passionate community members, and the Alice Anderson Memorial Project Association has worked closely with council officers to shape the proposal and is now awaiting council's endorsement to launch their public awareness and fundraising campaign. Officers are confident that sufficient funds will be raised through the public campaign, which will be managed via the Australian Cultural Fund, a trusted platform that supports philanthropic giving to the arts and offers tax-deductible donations.
Thank you. As I said earlier, we have one presenter. I'd like to call Samantha Loveridge to come forward. Thank you. And it appears the light is already on at the microphone. Samantha, I just ask you to come forward and speak clearly, as I'm sure you will. But can I begin, please, by first of all asking, are you in support or opposed to the officer recommendation?
I'm in support of the recommendation and report.
Thank you. And could you just state your name and suburb, please?
Samantha Loveridge from Kew.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Samantha Loveridge, and I'm a co-founder of the Alice Anderson Memorial Project, together with another Kew resident, Tina Russo, who's here tonight, and Alice Anderson's biographer, Loretta Smith. Since we began, our membership has grown to include other Boroondara residents who share our passion for this project. I'm speaking in support of the report and recommendations for Council to partner with our association on a public artwork commemorating Alice Anderson, a pioneering woman whose story began right here in Boroondara. I've lived in Kew for 25 years and only heard of Alice's story in 2021. And with the support of Kew Historical Society and Loretta Smith, I first approached Boroondara Council in April 2021, suggesting permanent recognition of Alice. Council agreed that to place a historic marker near her former Kew garage on Cotham Road. I worked together with Loretta Smith to try to capture Alice's extraordinary life in just 93 characters for that sign. And we made only a small dint in her achievements. However, we knew this was just the beginning of a longer journey to commemorate Alice's story by way of a public artwork in Kew. Alice Anderson was nothing short of extraordinary. She wasn't just a mechanic, which was an achievement in itself in the early 20th century. She was a pioneer, an innovator, entrepreneur, and mentor who opened doors for women long before gender equality was recognised. Through the Alice Anderson Public Art Project, we'll create a permanent public artwork that celebrates her innovation, courage, and contribution to women's equality. Public art connects people to place. It sparks curiosity, pride, and belonging. By partnering with our association, Council can help create a public artwork that will inspire current and future generations of locals and visitors alike, just as Alice did over a century ago. This project is supported by Alice's family, and Alice's great-grandniece, Frances Derham, was hoping to attend tonight to also speak in support of the report, but unfortunately, the last minute had to cancel. We also have the support from Heritage Victoria, Trinity Grammar School, and other stakeholder organisations, and many local residents. We've built a strong and collaborative relationship with council officers, and we're confident that this will continue through the life of the project. Alice Anderson, she showed what was possible where vision meets determination, and tonight Council has the opportunity honoured this same spirit to ensure Alice's story is shared in the place where she lived, worked and is buried. And we support the report to bring this important public artwork to life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right on 3 minutes. Well done. Councillors, are there any questions? And I see Councillor Frimpere.
Thank you. You're no doubt aware of Alice's Irish connections. Are you also aware that the Celtic Club, now located at the Wild Geese in Brunswick, has a room named after her and also a memorial?
I became recently aware of this, so that's really exciting. I think it just shows that there are so many local communities that have embraced Alice because she represents so much to so many different communities. So yeah, it's really exciting to see that Irish connection.
Fantastic. And I mention it because I think the club may be interested in also supporting the project.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you. And we have a question from Councillor Osborne-Smith.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thanks for all your efforts over many years now to bring this project to an exciting phase, I think, for Council tonight. I think I speak on behalf of everyone here to say we're very excited by how it's progressing and wish you all the very best in delivering it. My question's a simple one. What's next?
Well, we're going to be at Auto Classico on the 23rd of November, and that's when we hope to actually launch the fundraising campaign. So, yeah, there'll be many more activities, I think.
Let me clarify my question. I meant not in relation to this project, but do you have another project in the back burners that may see the light of day? Being supportive of artwork in our municipality, being mindful that there are many other, I'm sure, worthy men and women deserving of some acknowledgement. Is there anything else that you would like to see come to fruition in the coming years?
At the very moment, Mel, I would love to see this be achieved and be successful. And I think there'll be so many more members of our community who will come forward with enthusiastic ideas.
Thank you. Councillor Bicky.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and congratulations to get this far. It's fantastic. I just had a question around the fundraising effort. I understand that you are leading the fundraising effort through the Australian Cultural Fund, and you've talked about community fundraising. Does that mean that you don't mean to be approaching corporates or other perhaps larger donors who might be interested in giving you the money in one hit or more money to perhaps, complete a larger or more complete statue?
I think when we talk about community fundraising, we're talking that we are going to do it as a community, but we will definitely be open and we will be approaching corporates and other interested bigger potential donors, individuals, philanthropists, organisations, definitely.
Great. Thanks for clarifying.
Thank you. Now, I see no other lights on, but with your indulgence, I'd just like to ask one question myself. Since 2021, it's been a long journey and delighted to see you here this evening. You introduced a book to us called A Spanner in the Works. Would you mind just talking briefly about that book and where people can locate it?
It's located, so it's an autobiography of Alice Anderson, and it was written by Loretta Smith, who's a Melbourne resident. It's a very powerful and entertaining story about Alice's life, and it can be found at Burundara Library, also at readings, and also directly through the publisher. It's also available on Kindle, and I do encourage people to read it. It is a fabulous read, and Loretta's also very active on, podcasts as well. She's a fantastic storyteller. Unfortunately, she can't be here tonight, but she is absolutely excited beyond words that we've got to this stage.
Thank you very much. I can say I've read the book and it's one of the best books I've ever read. So thank you. Now, I see no other lights on, so you may go back to the gallery. Thank you for your presentation. Councillors, I am in search of a motion. And sorry, I should ask first, is there any questions of officers? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I see this is a very, very worthy item. And I just looking at the estimated project budget, the scope of the budget, I just want to ask the question through you to the officers. How are we going to make the people aware of the story? I know that we're planning an artwork, a bronze figurative artwork, but how are we going to? So, for someone who wants to, is going to observe the artwork and then become aware of the story, are we going to have anything on site where people can either maybe a QR code or some sort of storyboard or some sort of seat so people can sit and admire and read about the story, a very worthy story. It doesn't seem to be part of the scope, but it may come out in the ideas, of course, in the design.
Thank you.
Thanks for your question, Councillor Patterson, through your acting chair. Yes, all great and very important ideas that absolutely part of the commissioning of this work will involve the storytelling and the history that goes around it. So absolutely, that'll be part of the scope.
Thank you, Ms McCaggie. Councillor Tawny or Mayor Tawny.
No questions, just foreshadowing. I'm happy to move a motion when the time is right.
Thank you. Councillor Sinfield.
Likewise, no questions in anticipation of the mover doing what I think she's going to do. I'm happy to second.
Thank you very much. Well, it appears there are no other lights on, so Mayor Tawny.
Let's see, Councillor Sinfield, yes, I would like to move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Sinfield.
I'd be delighted to second it.
Thank you. Is there anyone opposed? I see no opposition. Mayor Tawny, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would, thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to move this motion. As we've heard, Alice Anderson was a trailblazer, a young woman who built Australia's first all-women's garage right here in Kew. She trained and employed dozens of women in a male-dominated industry and became a local figure of national significance. What also stands out in this report is the simple fact that Boroondara has no public statues dedicated to a specific woman, or maybe one or two. Not one. This project gives us the chance to change that and to recognise a remarkable woman in the very community she helped shape. I first met Sam Loveridge on the street when I was campaigning, and she told me the story of Alice. And I just want to acknowledge and thank Sam and Tina and Loretta and the Alice Anderson Memorial Project for the work that they've done in bringing this project to life. Their commitment, along with the support of the Alice Anderson's family and local organisations, is what has made this proposal possible. It's a thoughtful, community-led initiative, and I'm proud to back it. So let's embrace Alice, and I commend the motion to my colleagues.
Thank you. And Councillor Sinfield, I know Kew is also very dear to your heart and your electorate. Would you like to speak as seconder?
With your indulgence, I'd be delighted to say a couple of quick comments, and I'll start by echoing the comments made by Councillor Tawny. I think this is one of the most inspiring community-led projects that I have seen in my 9 years around this table. Your vision and determination is exactly what we have seen here, as you mentioned earlier, Sam, in Alice Anderson, and we're seeing that at a community level now with you, Tina, and the community of Kew. I have complete confidence that you will achieve the $120,000 target for this amazing project. I too would like to thank you for your passion and commitment to this. Our community is richer for your contribution. And while we've not put this to the vote yet, early indications are favourable that there was no opposition signalled. So I would like to also thank my colleagues for their support of this project in the conversations we've had leading up to this point. Thanks.
Thank you. Now, I will put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? I declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. We move to item 4.3, adoption of domestic animal management plan. And the officer presenting, I believe, is Yvonne Hill. Good evening. Yvonne is the business and policy lead and someone that's been tasked with this very arduous task and supported by Director Scott Walker. Thank you.
It's on? Yep. Okay, good. Sorry, don't do this often enough. Thank you, and through you, Chair. The Domestic Animal Act 1994 requires council to prepare a domestic animal management plan, a DAMP, every 4 years. The current plan will expire on the 3rd of December 2025. Earlier this year, a draft DAMP was prepared that included new initiatives which focused on promoting responsible pet ownership and registration, partnering with others such as vets and the Lost Dogs Home to support pet ownership, and using data to shape service delivery. This draft was available for public consultation from the 29th of July to the 18th of August, and 283 comments were received. The central issue raised in the consultation was cat containment. Council also received a petition from 490 petitioners seeking a 24-hour cat curfew. As a result, the DAMP has been updated to include actions to research various cat confinement options and seek community feedback on this issue, with a commitment that Council will decide on any change in regulations by November 2026. The consultation also demonstrated strong community support for Council's efforts to enforce existing regulations to reduce the nuisance caused by cats and dogs. As a result of the feedback, it is recognised that the barking dog complaints process should be reviewed to identify improvement opportunities, and this action has been added to the DAMP. All initiatives have been spread across the 4-year life of the plan to ensure a manageable workload while still undertaking business as usual activities. It is recommended that Council adopt the DAMP 2026 to 29. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Now, we have one presenter this evening that wishes to speak. If I could please call Dr. Karen O'Reilly-Briggs to come to the horseshoe table, please. And good evening, Dr. O'Reilly-Briggs. If you could begin, please, by stating your name and suburb, and are you in support of the officer's recommendation?
For pets. My name is Dr. Karen O'Reilly-Briggs. I live in Camberwell in Burundara, and I am in support of the report and recommendation, especially the recommendation for further research and community feedback regarding the need for a cat curfew in Burundara.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Dr. Karen O'Reilly-Briggs, and I'm a resident of Burundara. I'm here today to urge the Council to implement a 24-hour cat curfew as part of the new domestic animal management plan. Roaming pet cats have a devastating impact on our local native wildlife, which are essential for Burundara's biodiversity. Research shows that each roaming pet cat kills an average of 186 animals every year, and the vast majority of these are Australian native animals. Burundara is home to many valuable species, including mammals, marsupials, birds, reptiles, amphibians and invertebrates, which are vulnerable to cat predation. And this is both during the day and at night. Cat predation is known to be a key factor in the decline of many native species in urban areas. Even well-fed cats have a hunting instinct, and a bell on the collar is not effective. A curfew isn't just about wildlife, it's also about keeping pet cats safe. The RSPCA tell us that cats that are prevented from roaming live an average of 10 years longer because they can avoid such dangers as car accidents, fights, diseases, and poisons. Cat curfews also reduce common neighbourhood disputes such as cats defecating in gardens, spraying or causing noise disturbances. Currently, the default position is for neighbours to complain about and then trap nuisance cats, which is an unfair situation that only leads to disharmony and tensions in the neighbourhood. The introduction of a cat curfew would shift the onus of responsibility onto the shoulders of those who own them, which is only right and just. As detailed by the RSPCA on their Rethink Roaming website, cat owners can provide enriched indoor environments for or secure outdoor cat enclosures such as catios to keep their pets happy and healthy while also protecting wildlife. The council could potentially consider a transition period to help cat owners acclimatise and potentially offer subsidies to low-income earners for purchasing necessary equipment such as window screens. Over half of Victoria's councils, including Knox and Darebin, have successfully introduced cat curfews, demonstrating that this is a practical and increasingly standard approach to responsible pet ownership. I request that Boroondara City Council introduce a 24-hour cat curfew as part of the new domestic animal management plan to protect our local environment and ensure the well-being of its residents, pets and wildlife.
Thank you very
much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Right on the 3 minutes. Well done. I can see some lights on, so I think first in line is Councillor Osborne-Smith.
Thank you, Chair, and Karen, thank you for your presentation tonight and, more importantly, your considerable work over a long period of time in obtaining signatures and organising your petition in this, I believe, a very worthwhile pursuit. So thank you. Great information you provided. I have a question, though. It relates to nighttime versus daytime activities. I think something like 9 of the 22 councils that have introduced a ban have just a nighttime ban. You've sought, or you are seeking, a 24-hour ban. I'm thinking ahead where this may land. Can you please give us some background from your perspective as to the differences in behaviour of cats through the night and through the day, and how that might affect your recommendation?
I should clarify that all of my data and what I've been presenting here, it all comes from science. So I read a lot of the science on invasive species and especially of note, of the past 4 or 5 years, there's been quite a lot of science and research reports written about the impact of roaming cats, both domestic and feral. And the science tells us that roaming pet cats for areas that have a nighttime curfew only, apparently the cats move their predation to the day, so they will kill, so the science tells us, just as many animals during the day as if they were free to roam day and night. So this is why I'm arguing for the 24-hour curfew, because it's going to be the only way to protect a precious node of wildlife and the biodiversity in the area.
Thank you. Sorry, was there a follow-up?
A quick follow-up question, if I may, Chair. So those councils that only have a nighttime ban, do you have any data from them as to their effectiveness?
I'm sorry, I don't have the data.
Okay. Food for thought. Thank you very much. Great to see you.
Thank you. Next we have Councillor Gold, followed by Councillor Patters.
Thank you. I'd also like to thank you for your time put in on your presentation tonight. This may be a question for officers, but I'll put it to you since you're in the chair at the moment. The word research was mentioned. What would that refer to? Is it possible to research such things?
With respect, I am a PhD qualified researcher, and yes, every day I read research and publish reports by scientists, and including animal scientists, biologists, invasive species scientists, and a lot of it is freely available on the internet. Some of it is behind paywalls in universities, but a lot of the data I'm talking about is freely available on the internet.
Thank you. If I could just extend. So you're not talking about further research. You're really saying the research we'd be looking for is probably already available.
I was referring, when I started, I was referring to this recommendation here that said research the need for further contain cats the benefits or disbenefits of that.
So it is a question for officers. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Councillor Gold. Councillor Pattis. Oh, your light's off. Councillor Franco.
Thank you for your presentation. One topic that you raised were transition arrangements and financial support. I wonder if you'd like to comment a little bit more on the support that could be provided, and whether you think providing such support can make an appreciable difference, as opposed to simply passing a new regulation and saying, well, we've done our job. How important is support for people, either in terms of information or financial or otherwise, in relation to facilities that could help cat owners?
Thank you for your question. I don't think I'm qualified to answer it, unfortunately. However, I do work with the public in my role as a course manager for, I work at Box Hill Institute, and I'm aware that, there are many people in the community that span many, diverse, have different incomes. I'm aware that Burundara has a very high SES, so there's a lot of well-off people in the area who, and I don't imagine that the sort of costs would be much of a concern for them. However, I'm aware also that there will be people who are struggling in the area and who may receive it, may be more amenable to it if they knew there was a bit of subsidies, or if there were experts they could consult, because there are experts in this. There are lots of companies have set up specifically to help people contain their cats. So it's an area that's gaining traction in Australia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other lights on, so you may
Thank you, Erin. Thank you.
I'll now return to Ms Hill. Is there any matters arising from the questions?
No, I suspect some questions are going to come my way.
Councillors, any questions for Ms Hill? Right. Councillor Frampiero.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. We've addressed the issue of cats somewhat. Mine is on dogs and dog fouling. There's only one location in the city of Burundara where we currently provide dog poo bags. That's Gordon Bernard Reserve. What's the cost of that each year?
It's estimated at about $15,000 per annum.
And that for one location, that one location.
That's correct.
Great, thank you. And I understand that we historically, pre-2005, provided dog poo bags in more locations. In lieu of not providing the poo bags, what actions do our officers take out in the field, or does council take through its communication channels?
It does enforcement when it goes and visits the parks. There are signs up in the parks for everybody to observe. When officers are out, they may carry a few bags with them and distribute them and go, here you go, this is what you need. Those are the main things that we do to try and educate people on dog poo.
Thank you. And my last question, if I may. It's an annual registration process for animals, which seems to me to provide a great opportunity for us to incorporate some information and education material. Within the DAMP, what do you think are the highlights or the key opportunities to do this as part of the registration process?
When we provide information to new pet owners, we have the opportunity to provide them information on a wide variety of important pet ownership issues, which would include tidying up after their pets, containment of their animals, both dogs and cats, not allowing their dogs to bark, all of those sorts of things. We provide that information through that service.
Wonderful, thank you. I've no further questions, and I'll just foreshadow that I'm ready to move a motion after colleagues have asked their questions.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Pattis, followed by Councillor Buki.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to the officers, as the recommendation is that we go out to consultation for this amended plan, On page 10, we say that Burundara has 3 vets and 2 dog trainers and 7 pet shops. The question is, are we absolutely sure of those figures before we go out to the community? It sounds a little bit, to me, it sounds a little bit odd that we have more, we only have 3 vets and we've got only 7 pet shops and only 2 dog trainers.
Yep, I need to apologise for the errors that have crept into the report. The number of vets is 22. We're in the midst of checking the others to make sure that before we publish this document, that we have an exact figure as at an exact point in time. So we apologise for that mistake.
Thank you. Councillor Ibuki. Thank you, through you, Chair. And I just want to confirm off the back of Councillor Paddis that this has been out to consultation, hasn't it? And we're actually adopting the plan.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. I just want to ask, considering that we received a petition, we received a lot of comments about cat containment, and it rates number 2 as the experiences of animal nuisance. Can I just understand better why we wouldn't be able to do something about addressing cat containment before November of 2026? Also take into consideration that there are a lot of other metropolitan councils that have already introduced cat curfews that we would presumably be able to leverage off their knowledge, their practices, and you know, I just am struggling to see why it's going to take us so long to actually do something about what is a community concern. Thank you.
The date of November 2026 was put into the report as if you like an absolute far end date. The intention always was to commence working on it as soon as possible and get it through as quickly as we can. I'm a bit of undercommit and over-deliver type person, so that probably is reflective in that date. We can move on it quite quickly, but as sort of came through with the conversation with Dr. O'Reilly-Briggs, is that there are things that we need to properly understand before we go to consultation so that we're presenting the community with clear options and a clear understanding of the costs of the options, how we're going to support people, how is it going to affect different people, particularly like people who are renting and maybe only living in this area for a short period of time, people who live in flats. We just need to make sure that we're explaining that to the community clearly so that they can have an opportunity to make a full comment. And I guess that's why we've gone with the date as an absolute end point.
Okay, thank you so much. I look forward to you exceeding our expectations and delivering earlier than November 26. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Galt followed by Councillor Franco.
I'm just extending on Councillor Ibuki's comments, I would suspect, and to the question I asked to the presenter tonight also, the word research is mentioned, and what is involved, what further research do we need to carry out, given that it's actually in play in many municipalities today?
It's not research in as much that we're going to do some sort of scientific endeavour. It's perhaps a collation of what the current state of play is, an understanding of what the experiences of other councils have been, so that we can sort of answer the questions and explain to the community the options, the costs, the impacts, all of that. So perhaps the word collation might have been a better word, but that's the aim of the exercise.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Franco.
Thank you, Chair. Given that Council has contact details of all registered pets and their owners, their address and email address, is there any reason why we didn't write to everyone by mail and email to consult in relation to the current policy, but more importantly, perhaps looking forward, if we do progress in relation to the cat curfew, can we have some assurance that every registered cat owner at least receives an email and letter advising them of what is proposed?
Yes, I believe we could do that without any difficulty, and just send them a letter and let them know that that's what we're looking to do.
Thank you. It'd be good to do both an email and a letter. Thank you.
Mayor Toddy.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Just given there was a recent case in Burundara involving a dog that was reported to be in distress, can you just clarify for the councillors and the community what council's roles and responsibilities are when such matters are raised with us? Because they're not. That's not really reflected in here in any great detail.
Thanks through yourself, Chair. The issues in regard to cruelty and neglect of animals is a matter that is primarily the responsibility of the RSPCA. So the RSPCA will investigate, follow through and take action in regard to those type matters. There will be times where council animal management officers do become aware of neglect or cruelty issues, and we will review, we'll often inspect, we'll certainly make an assessment and refer on to the RSPCA. So we work collaboratively with them to ensure that these issues are followed through and addressed.
Thank you. And Councillor Osborne-Smith.
Thank you, Chair. My question's in relation to council employees, rubbish collectors who may need to handle bins and dog poo bags that are misfired in those bins. It's something I'm happy to raise with officers outside this meeting, but I just wanted to understand from your perspective, do you think it's reasonable that such employees ought handle degrading bags with dog poo in them outside of bins or around bins? Or is there any occupational health and safety issues that might come to your concern by this practice that is necessitated because of the way our bins are designed?
I believe Daniel Freer will be answering that question for you.
That'd be great. Look forward to that. Thank you.
You, Acting Chair. Staff use the appropriate protective equipment and whatnot in performing tasks like that, and it's no different to any other issues that they might pick up off the ground, let's say, that others have left behind that ought to have gone into a bin. So it is unfortunately a common practice that we see across the community of people dropping rubbish or bins not being used appropriately, and that is part and parcel of the role, and we again use the appropriate PPE in doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other lights on. So, Councillor Frimpere, you foreshadowed a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I've sent it through to governance, so it should be appearing on the screen shortly. And I'd just like to acknowledge it's a composite piece of work involving at least 3 councillors and officers.
Thank you. So, when it comes on the screen, I will give everyone a few minutes just to read the motion. We are experiencing some technical issues. It may take a little bit of time. Yeah, there is a motion up. Councillor Frimpere, is this your motion? And do we need to scroll down to see in entirety? Oh, that's it?
That is the motion.
Thank you. Now, I am in search of a seconder. Councillor Booth?
Happy to second.
Thank you. Is there anyone in opposition? I'm happy to give time as well if some would like to.
Actually, sorry, I just We just need to update it because we agreed that we weren't going to complete the cat containment curfew by April 2026. Is that right? Yes, you can't do that.
That's correct.
Yes, so can we put some other wording to say that we will do it as soon as practicable?
That's right. Well, this is actually a shorter time frame. This is effectively by July 2026 as opposed to November. It means that we need to get our skates on and get that underway. The initial research will be completed by April.
Oh, sorry. So you are saying that you can meet those dates on the screen. Oh, that's excellent. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Walker, for providing clarification. Councillor Sinfield.
With your indulgence, Chair, and I'm not wishing to draw officers into debate, but I'm just seeking some reassurance from officers that what we see on the screen in this motion is achievable without any unintended consequences.
Mr. Story.
Yes, Madam Chair, I just asked Mr. Walker that very question, and he's confirmed that these timeframes can be met.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, sorry, I just wanted to ask, was there anyone opposed to this motion? All right, so we do have opposition. Now, before we go into debate, Councillor Frimpera, as the mover of the motion, would you like to speak to the motion?
I'll reserve my right.
All right, thank you. So, Councillor Franco, did you want to speak in opposition?
It's a challenge. Okay, I support the domestic animal management plan that's been presented by officers. I support the recommendation to progress the consultation on the cat curfew. I think it's better to, I've heard the officers say they've put just an outer date and they'll move as quickly as possible, and I'm satisfied with that. I think it becomes very prescriptive when in reports we start putting individual milestones rather than just a bigger date, and I think that's a little bit awkward. I support Part A of Councillor Friend Pereira's motion. So Part A I support as an addition. Part B I think is far too prescriptive, and I'm satisfied that officers are going to move quickly anyway. And the second part I don't support. I question why we'd be looking at 5 parks where they are, and I don't see the need to for council to spend ratepayer monies on that initiative and even the provision of a report. So it's not something I'm keen to progress. And as an example, there are councils out there neighbouring in Stonington, they give out bags and people, you can see all the dog owners picking up, going there, getting bags. I have neighbours that go to Stonington to pick up bags. I'm not neighbours when I say people in the community who live nearby. So I don't think it's a good use of ratepayer funds and very selective as well. So if there's a way of splitting the motion, I'd be happy to support Part A. So thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bookie, as the seconder, I didn't ask you to speak because the mover of the motion didn't speak, but would you like to speak now as the seconder or reserve your right for later?
Do I have to speak now or can I speak after this matter's resolved as the seconder?
You can speak later if you want.
Yes, I'd prefer to do that to resolve this. But
Absolutely. Yes, thank you. Now I see Councillor Simpild.
Thank you, Chair. I echo the comments made by Councillor Franco. Matters including the provision of bags in public parks has been discussed around this chamber formally and informally on numerous occasions. The risk of including this and passing this tonight, while it is meritorious, is that we foster a mindset in the community that our residents, our dog owners, can go walking without taking bags with them. What happens when they arrive at a park and the dispenser is empty? All of a sudden, we've fostered a mindset where people don't have to be self-sufficient. So Auskick occurs on Saturday and there's excrement all over the oval because the dispenser ran out of bags. Now, that's the approach that we've maintained over many years, despite the advances in technology and cornstarch that allow such biodegradable bags to be outside for extended periods of time. And I don't think it matters how good the dispenser is or how frequently we ask officers to go there. As Councillor Franco has said, people go and pull reams of them out of the dispenser and leave it short so that they can stuff their pockets with them. So while I appreciate the perspective that is brought to this additional clause in the motion, I can't find myself able to support it for those reasons. Additionally, I struggle with the timeframes listed in Part 1B of the motion and think that it is unnecessarily prescriptive and burdensome on officers. There will be unintended consequences, and that will require officers to drop other bundles of work in order to prioritise this. And without viewing the entire work schedule of that department, I think the unintended consequences of various bodies of work being prioritised or deprioritised could come with consequences that we're unaware of at this juncture. I would be much more satisfied to support the original officer's recommendation on this motion and will be opposing this tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Sinfield. I can see lights coming on, but as the chair, I wanted to suggest that we do consider separation of motion, as Councillor Franco indicated. There's 3 elements in this, and it could be debated on each individual element, which could take considerable time. So I believe the most efficient way of progressing this motion is if we break the motion into 3 elements, starting with item 1A. And I would ask the mover of the motion if you would be happy to support that.
Yes, I just want to highlight that item 2 is simply calling for a report, not a decision. And I would wonder why councillor colleagues Franco and Sinfield would not want the report to come before us before making a decision so that we can all make an informed decision at the appropriate time. But in principle, in order to move things forward, I would support splitting the motion.
Thank you. And Councillor Ibuki is the seconder. Do you support?
Do I support 1B or
Just to separate the motions.
Oh, yes.
We would vote first on 1A.
Happy to separate, but can I also comment on 1B, and that is that the timeframes that have been inserted there were inserted by council officers.
Thank you. And we'll come to 1B separately. So, councillors, I'm going to put that we vote on option 1A, and I seek a mover and seconder. Now, Councillor Frimperi, you've approved, you've agreed to that, and Councillor Buki. So I will now put that motion on 1A. That is supported unanimously, so we class that as moved. We will now go on to item 1B, the time frame. Now, we can just put it to the vote, or Councillor Buki, you started to speak to it before. Would you like to finish your comment?
I can just, maybe it's appropriate that I speak to it. The timeframes there have been offered kindly by council officers, so thank you for that. Yes, thank you. You can do it.
Just to maybe clarify that,
Yes.
A request was made by multiple councillors for a shortened time frame for delivery, and this was the ultimate time frame
Great.
that is accepted by officers that we can deliver to
Yes.
if we get underway and get this underway.
Great. Thank you. Much appreciated. And can I just speak briefly to that motion, Chair?
Yes, certainly.
Yes, thank you. So, thank you. I support that amended addition relating to cat containment. There has been strong and consistent community support for introducing cat containment, and for good reason. It's a policy that really benefits everyone. domestic cats kill, as we've heard, an average of 186 reptiles, birds, and mammals each year in Australia. And this policy, or looking into this amendment to our policy, might protect our local wildlife, keep cats safer from cars and disease, and help reduce nuisance issues in our neighbourhood. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bilkey. Now, I will put item B to the vote. And before I do that, actually, I should ask, is there any opposition to it? Okay. All right. So I will put it in to the vote. Those in favour? All right. And those in opposition? I declare that carried. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to item 2. Now, Councillor Frampiera, you indicated before you wanted to speak to item 2.
Yeah, if I may. So 7 of us are new councillors. We haven't been privy to informal discussions around this item previously, and I believe the last time it was decided was in 2005. So I'm simply asking for a report. It can be 1 page, 2 page, 3 page. It could be a thesis. That's for officers to decide. And when they choose to bring it forward is for them to decide as well. But I would like to know some pros and cons in detail about this. We know that at one location we provide it. Why do we provide it in one location for 15,000 and not in other locations? What's the rationale? None of this is clear to me presently. It's also the 4th highest issue that came out of the damp consultations. So whether or not we decide to provide poo bags, I do think it is incumbent on us to get some information and to ask our officers to get that information from neighbouring councils such as Stonington, so that we can make an informed decision and not one that is lacking information or is based on out-of-date information. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now put that motion. Those in favour? Those opposed? And I'm actually still pondering. I think I will actually have to oppose, and I'm happy to explain my reasons later. So, sorry, where are we at with the tally there?
Do it again.
Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those opposed?
So you have the casting vote.
Oh, now look, as the chair does have the casting vote. I really do not want to use that privilege. So I'm going to ask governance, what's in the situation when we have to use I have to use the casting vote. Sorry. Those opposed? All right. I use my casting vote is opposed. So that motion is lost. So, do we have all we need now? All right. Thank you everyone for your participation. We'll move to item 4.4. Update on the tree canopy strategy targets, and I call upon Alana Matheson again, the Acting Manager of Open Spaces and Trees. And she will be supported by the Director, Daniel Frio. Open Places and Spaces, is that the correct title? Thank you. Places and Spaces. Please proceed.
Thank you. And through you, Chair. This report follows on a previous report from September 2024, seeking a report on the implications of increasing the tree canopy cover target to 30%. This target was to be investigated following the adoption of the current canopy target for council, which sits at 27% for the entire municipality. 30% is considered a good target in terms of benefits for climate, reduction of urban heat island and urban ecology. Burundara is recognised as a green and leafy municipality, and yet our current canopy target is estimated at around 24%. To move to 27% coverage, we need an additional around 180 hectares of canopy, the equivalent of 18 MCG ovals totally covered by canopy. Yet our canopy cover, yet we do think this is achievable through gains from reduced power line clearance, improved tree health, and different management of our trees, as well as significant ongoing tree planting of public land, both councils and state land. The officer recommendation is to stick with the 27% canopy cover target that council has previously adopted, and to support this by creating sub-targets for the different types of land. In doing so, please note that council land is already at 43% canopy cover, and we are looking to increase that to 52.5%. Despite all the constraints on private land, we are aiming to hold that canopy level steady at 24%, and we plan to advocate and work with the state government to increase the canopy on their land to 19%. A significant part of the recommendation tonight is also to continue our advocacy on changes to the electrical line safety regulations to reduce the minimum clearance distances from 1 metre to 30 centimetres around uninsulated low voltage wires. We've done significant work in this space over the last 2 years with our Mayor meeting the ministers, our representation on the Electric Line Clearance Consultative Committee on behalf of local governments, and we have coordinated advocacy across multiple local governments by bringing the mayors together from a ministerial roundtable. The full officer recommendation is on the screen, and I commend that to you.
Thank you. Now we have 4 presenters on this subject. So I will call Graham Ross first, and Liz Burton will follow Graham. Graham, could you please come to the horseshoe table? Good evening. Graham, I know you know the drill, but if you could please introduce yourself and state your suburb and advise, are you in support of the officer recommendation or opposed?
Yes, thank you. Graham Ross, a resident of Camberwell, and I oppose the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Please proceed.
A reduction of the tree canopy to 27%, as I understand it, is a weakening of council's position. 30% is supported in the strongest terms by Dr. Greg Moore, whom quite a few of you met down in Gardeners Creek at the beginning of the year, is one that's being adopted worldwide. One of the key issues surrounding canopy isn't biodiversity, it isn't the green and pleasant land that we live in, it's, as I see it, the urban heat island effect. It's got the potential to make our lives very difficult in climate change, and these green areas with transpiration, etc., can significantly lower heat stress during climate issues. Councils, I see, must show ambition, as it has in other areas, and strive to work with state government and private householders to have a 30% minimum canopy cover. This will save lives. We should be looking at stricter penalties with state government, looking at the value of trees, the social, biodiversity, heat island impacts, and the value that that provides back to society, perhaps rewarding owners of trees and canopy with potential rate reductions. So property owners should be rewarded for hosting canopy trees. As I say, I think the ambition of this council is huge in terms of so many different things. To see that ambition reduced is disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you. Well within your 3 minutes. Councillors, are there any questions for Mr. Ross? Councillor Pettis.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ross. You mentioned providing incentives for people to own and maintain and to take care of their canopy trees. Do you think, does that work anywhere in the world? Do we have any evidence that in fact providing incentives makes people take better care of their trees and not worry about profits and the other reasons why people damage unfortunately, their trees?
I think you find in society there are a lot of people who love their trees, but do see them as a benefit they're providing to others and not being reflected in what they're providing. So they're providing a service, and not get any of the benefits. As you say, they could chop them down in the middle of the night and perhaps develop the land more fully, but they choose to keep them. And I think those people should be rewarded. I'm not aware of any. I haven't looked into other municipalities or countries where that has happened. I would hope that would be the case, but yes, certainly something worth looking into.
Thank you. Councillor Boogie. Thank you, Mr. Ross. You mentioned that reducing tree canopies have effects. You said that it could result in deaths. Could you please elaborate on what you mean by that?
Yes, well, the urban heat island effect is one which, although not largely reflected 20 years ago, has now become common knowledge and common practice. We see it playing out in suburbs such as what's happening in the west of Melbourne. That the lack of canopy there is providing severe issues during heat wave conditions. That added to the propensity of dark roofs, it doesn't take one to consider the likelihood of a power failure, air conditioning going out, having to rely on what's there. And in some cases where there are no trees, those temperatures can be significantly higher.
Thank you. Councillor Nolan.
Thanks, Mr. Ross. So you said that, or you mentioned that you would support something was a weakening of council's position, the 27%. The paradox I think we've got is that the part we're not in control of is reducing on private property, and the part council can directly control is very ambitious to move from 43% to 52.5%. So, first of all, do you concede that's the situation? And secondly, do you think council needs to increase? How do we tackle increasing private land, given that we've got an enormous council ambition to get to 52.5%?
Yeah, and I appreciate that ambition. It's something that has been taken seriously and you are progressing towards. But I do think that we need to work hard with state government and with private owners, again, to put forward the case for, urban heat island, biodiversity, all these things that we hold precious, and maintain property values as well. I think that's a key element. I appreciate that's hard, and I know that there's a tendency to do within what you've got direct control in. But I do think by reducing the ambition, that's kind of throwing in the towel to a certain extent.
Thank you. Councillor Osborne-Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Graham, good to see you. And my question's along a similar lines to Councillor Nolan. In fact, he's perhaps asked what I wanted to. I think we're at a tricky juncture here because most of us around the table would acknowledge the benefit of tree canopy and would be supportive of a aspirational target that's in line with national and international standards. I don't think there's a debate about the benefit of tree canopy. The issue I think before us today is that that the private versus public land issue and the fact that we only control a relatively small percentage of land in our municipality, and despite what we might do to provide tree canopy on that land, that we are rather limited in how far we can move the dial on private land. I think we all need to acknowledge that. So I guess my question to you is similar to Councillor Nolan. Realistically, what changes would you like to see, or improvements would you like to see in the coming years or decades to really move the dial on private land and tree canopy cover on private land that perhaps we're not already considering, or that might be the next steps, if you like?
Yeah. I mean, it is difficult, and education is part of that. And I suppose studies in terms of canopy and tree-lined streets improving, and gardens improving property values. Also, there's a key element where the value is seen as just the development potential on a lot of sites now. But I think, again, rewarding through council rebates, through other incentives, perhaps rewarding owners for keeping canopy is important. Obviously, with the state government's push towards increased densities and increased housing, it's very difficult to battle against that. And opening a sensible discussion on that, I think, is a key element. again, the livability of our suburbs, and indeed, the threats that are posed by losing this canopy long term, as I discussed in terms of health and mental health, is quite profound.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Councillor Wilkie.
Thank you. Sorry, one more question. Through you, Chair. Mr. Ross, we keep grappling with the idea about whether we should be setting an achievable target or an aspirational, I know some people don't like that word, but, another type of target. You are speaking here tonight for the 30% target. In your last words, why do you think it's important that we set a target that is going to be very difficult for us to achieve and not revise down a target to what we think we will be able to achieve?
I think the community is looking for council to provide the 30% because they need that hope. To retreat from 30%, I think, is a very negative position to be in. Appreciating pragmatically, it's a practical one that is very difficult for council to achieve that. But backing down from 30%, I think, sends a message that that we think that element of hope is gone.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ross, I do not see any other lights on, so you may go back to the gallery. Thank you for your presentation. I'll now call Liz Burton. And following Liz will be Lee Norton. Good evening. Would you like to begin with your name, suburb, and do you support or oppose the officer recommendation?
Good evening. Thank you, councillors. Good evening, and to the officers. No, I'm not in favour of the recommendation, and I'm Liz Burton of Camberwell.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. I have a presentation which may be coming onto the screen in a moment. I'm not in favour of the recommendation to provide a 20% canopy cover by 2040, but rather a 30% canopy cover by 2030. This is because the onus has to be on the state government to ensure that Melbourne's tree canopy is consistent with international best practice of 30% for cities in the context of global climate warming. What you can see here is a photo of a digital installation in Kew Gardens in London, taken in September of this year, with the blue swirls showing oxygen emanating from the tree. Every time we cut down a canopy tree, we lose oxygen in our immediate environment. The state government's new clauses, 55 and 57 of the planning scheme, next slide, thanks, as noted in the officer's report, places significant pressure on councils to retain existing levels of canopy trees on private land. Next slide, thanks. The Victorian government has set a canopy tree target of 30% for urban areas across Victoria without setting a minimum target for any specific municipality or for any suburb, or indeed for Melbourne as a city with a high population growth. This creates a gap in fulfilling the 30% target, allowing suburbs across Melbourne to have canopy tree levels below even 5% on private land, depending on the level of development in specific suburbs. New zones such as Housing Choice and Transport Zone in activity centre catchments specifically allow greater site coverage and reduced boundary setbacks to enable maximising dwellings per block. Next slide, thanks. New clause 52.37, canopy trees, intends to support a greener and cooler residential areas, but the definition of canopy tree is a very high bar. They need to be 5 metres in height or higher. All smaller canopy trees can be eradicated and they are viewed as expendable. The Burundara definition is 3 metres, but this will not prevail in the planning scheme. As a result, there is a conflict between housing development and tree retention. This will apply across the 60 designated activity centres across Melbourne, delivering an industrial scale of tree depletion and one that is contraindicated by global warming and international tree percentage targets for cities of at least 30%. So I'll just skip the next.
Can we see, could you summarise in about 15 seconds? Thank you.
Yes. So the recommendation is the Boroondara Council requests the state government to reveal modelling on the extent of canopy tree depletion and to articulate how it expects to reduce the urban heat island effect from Melbourne's most livable suburbs, and how it expects that Melbourne will achieve a 30% canopy tree cover in accordance with international best practice for cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, if you wouldn't mind waiting, we'll just see if there's any questions for you. And before we go to questions, I just want to say thank you for your verbal, but also your visual presentation.
Thank you.
No, it doesn't appear there are any lights. Oh, Councillor Gold.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Can I return to this 30% recommendation internationally? Is that for cities or is it averaged across country areas as well? Do you know?
It is for cities.
It is specifically for
Yes.
cities.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are no other lights on, so you may return to the gallery. I now call Lee Norton. Thank you. Good evening, Lee. Would you begin by stating your name, suburb, and do you support or oppose the officer recommendation?
Thank you, Chair. Lee Norton, Balwyn North, and I oppose the officer's recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please begin.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present tonight, and apologies for my slightly croaky voice. A lot of the territory I was going to cover has already been covered, so I won't go over it. But I think there is one thing that's pretty important to state up front, and that is that we all understand, I know, that this puts council in a difficult position. The state government regulations, the new state government regulations, and when looking at those along with the state government's retaining the 30% target across the city, are completely divergent in their consequences. Having said that, a reduction of the 30% target, which is the internationally accepted benchmark, as has been said, is, I think, pretty clearly doing a disservice to the people of Boroondara and to the Boroondara environment. So council is quite clearly faced with a dilemma. What do we do about that? Is there any way that council can deal with it, can square the circle in relation to this issue? I think that that is entirely possible, but it requires a way of looking at it that is very ambitious, if you like, a moonshot approach, which is the approach that's taken when we're facing what might be termed a diabolical situation with no easy answer. Unless that approach is taken, we're going to be stuck with a target that I think is broadly acknowledged is not in the best interests of the community or the environment. There are ways that I think it could be done, and those ways which have already been encompassed to some extent are to engage the community so that we can get an increase in canopy cover on private land despite the barriers. It is a very difficult thing to do, but without exploring more of the possibilities, I don't think we can just assume that it won't happen. There are a number that have been mentioned already. One of them is rebates. Western Australian government does that and a number of other governments do. Another way is through public education, and the Electrify Boroondara method is an example of that. and that can have the advantage of increasing biodiversity in corridors especially, as well as tree canopy, and engaging the people who are willing to do so to do more. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Right on 3 minutes. Well done. Councillors, are there any questions? I can see Councillor Pattis, your light is on.
I did. Yes, Madam Chair, through you to the Speaker Lee. Sorry, I've had a mental blank. An Australian Prime Minister once made the claim that there will not be any poverty in Australia and then proceeded to give a time frame. That was ambitious and it was a moonshot approach, which is what you're recommending. What do you think that did to the reputation of that person after a few years?
That's a leading question, Councillor Pattis, but I will answer it nonetheless. Obviously, it didn't do Bob a lot of good. Having said that, there are many other qualities of Bob that did do him a lot of good, and I take it as a matter of faith that if council regards this as something that's well worth doing and doesn't get there, but the community, I imagine, would have faith that council had given it a good shot, and that wouldn't affect council's recommendation.
Thank you. And for the younger demographic here in the gallery this evening, Bob is Bob Hawke, a very famous Labour Prime Minister. Thank you. Now, Councillor Noland.
Thank you, Lee. So I've already mentioned earlier that we have this paradox, and I think you're in strong recognition of council's very ambitious target of 52.5% on council land from 43%. You did mention engaging the community, and I just wonder if you think that is a moonshot or if you think it is feasible to engage community to work with council to advocate to state government to get anything more than 24%.
Thank you, Council. Yes, quite clearly, I'm in favour of, as part of this, very strongly advocating to state government that they need to do a lot better in relation to their most recent regulations, and also in engaging the community in the same way that I'm suggesting that council do it. There are many, in relation to the state government, there are many opportunities that they haven't considered. There are some out there in relation to looking at development that includes, within the scope of the development, increasing canopy tree cover and increasing biodiversity, and not simply by looking at green buildings, but doing things like on private land, enabling people to have two, on large blocks, two dwellings greater than the what I might call the granny flats that are currently allowed. And having deep root zones for trees and requiring trees to be as part of that development, something that is particularly pertinent to Burundara, and where we have a number of large blocks, and pressing the state government in relation to what I think we all regard as a scourge of McMansioning, and seeing if they can reduce, at least in Burundara, applying to reduce the maximum site coverage, particularly for large blocks, and looking at possibly increasing the permeable area and having tree root zones. So there are a lot of opportunities, which I'm sure you're aware of, for council to make that sort of advocacy, and that would need to be part of the moonshot approach.
Thank you. Councillor Ibuki.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Norton. So, what do you think about the idea that council tracks its progress around tree canopy using different land types, understanding that there are some types of canopy growth on land types that are out of our control at the moment? Do you think that the public will receive the logic favourably that what council is trying to do is to build up canopy on our land, continue to advocate for changes in planning and changes in resident behaviour on other types of land. But in the end, do you think the public will deem it acceptable that it might be very difficult for us to get to the to achieve the 30% target because 2 of those 3 land types are not controlled by council?
The simple answer to the question is yes, and the reason I say that is that while 2 of those types of lands are not under the control of council, there is, and this is a matter of a community education, that there is a significant problem of pushing very strongly in relation to trees on council public land without pushing for more trees on private land as well, and that is the 3-30-300 rule, which is that in order to have a good life, you need to see 3 trees from your home, school, or workplace, and be within 300 metres of a high quality public green space, and that is. If all the trees are on, if the majority of trees are on public land, particularly in parks, then that rule is placed under threat in relation to the well-being of a lot of people in Borrandara. So that, I think, can be used as a public education tool to say to people, look, you might want to get rid of trees on your property, and we understand that, we perfectly well understand that, but there is a community cost to that. And if you're prepared to have more trees on your property, there's a community benefit, and we would like to help you with that goal.
Thank you. Councillor John Pierre.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Norton, I think you're helping us out here potentially a little bit, but can I explore with you? So we have 3 categories up there. Is outside of, are you expecting more tree canopy on council public land or other public land, or do you think it's private land is where we can make further gains?
This is a personal view by observation. I don't have the figures, Councillor, obviously. But I've heard it said by a lot of people, and it's been an observation of mine as well, that there is a very significant opportunity for more trees on council public land. I'm not in a position to say whether that target encompasses that possibility, but my suspicion is it doesn't. In relation to private land, obviously that, in my mind, is the area that would need the most effort, if you like, to engage the public into increasing that, and for council to provide the incentives as well as the sticks, which council is already encompassing, to do that work.
With your indulgence, Chair, and Mr. Norton, with one more follow-up then, how do you think the community that you are networked and engaged with would react to an increase in the private land target, with the understanding that it is subject to externalities, shall we say, whether that be state planning legislation or community engagement? Because obviously we cannot go into people's lands and plant trees without their permission. So if we were to set a target, and I believe a 3.5% increase on private land would get us to the 30%, it would have to be understood by the community that it depends on what the state government decide to do, and it depends on what private landholders decide to do.
Yeah, granted, Councillor. Quite clearly that is the case. And I think, again, that's a question of community understanding and expectation, which council, as major communicator to the community, can undertake. Having said that, there is, I think, one caveat I've got on that is that I personally feel that any question of an aspirational target is unfortunate to the extreme, because in my estimation, if one uses the term aspirational target, it sends a message that it is a target that is not regarded as essential and is something that there is not a strong will to meet.
Thank you. Councillor Frimpera, does that exhaust your questions?
Certainly, it does for the moment.
Yeah, thank you very much. Councillor Osborne-Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make my question brief. There's been a lot of talk tonight about the magical 30% and the international standards, etc. There's been very little talk about the time frame. 2040 is 14 years away. It doesn't sounds a long time, but in reality, it may come quicker than we all might expect. Do you have a position as to whether the 30% that the time frame is the issue that could bend as distinct from the target, 2050, for example, 2045? Do you have an opinion on that? As distinct from the,
Yes. Thank you. I do. The difficulty with setting a longer time frame is the impending, what some call catastrophe of climate disaster. We're heading for more than 2% above pre-industrial levels within the very short foreseeable future. We're already past 1.5 in Australia. So this makes it a matter of urgency. The other point that is relevant to that, in the timeframes in general, is that, as been pointed out to me, the difficulty with increasing tree canopy cover is, on average, it takes 20 years or so for a tree to reach canopy from planting as a seedling, which increases the requirement, if you're going to meet a target, to get this underway as quickly as possible, and an earlier target sort of reinforces that essential component of it.
Thank you. I think you've acknowledged my point that trees take a while to grow and to reach canopy status. There's some years in that, so it's not an instant solution no matter which way we go, but appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Franco, before you speak, I just wanted to remind councillors we do have another presenter on this particular agenda item as well. Councillor Franco.
I wasn't going to ask a question, but listening to my colleague, Councillor Mel Osborne-Smith, ask a question, it's just, I'm going to ask a similar type of question, and I might ask this question of officers later, but what about the suggestion that the tree canopy target, as is done in the ACT, include potentially not just trees, but other green infrastructure like green roofs, shrub beds, wetlands, rain gardens, but other type of infrastructure on private property as well?
Thank you. Thank you for that rather curveball, Councillor. Look, what we have is we've got a tree canopy target, and I think that making something that changing that its nature creates a whole other set of issues. Having said that, in relation to all of the factors that are considered, carbon drawdown and community amenity broadly and biodiversity, understory is critically important. But what understory does not do is that it doesn't mitigate the heat island effect, and therefore community amenity nearly to the same extent that mature trees do. So I think that including that probably just muddies the waters.
Thank you. I see no other lights on, so thank you, Mr. Norton, for your question. And you may return to the gallery. I now call upon Yvonne Boyer. And sorry, Yvonne, I often get your surname not pronounced correctly. So if you would like to please take a seat, introduce yourself, state your suburb, and do you support the officer's recommendation or oppose?
You'll be glad to know you're not alone in not being able to pronounce my surname correctly.
Thank you.
My name is Yvonne Bowyer and I live in Surrey Hills, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Surrey Hills and Mont Albert Progress Association today.
And sorry, are you in support or opposition?
Opposition.
Thank you. Please proceed.
We would first like to thank officers for their comprehensive report, and we believe Boroondara Council should be applauded for its advocacy around matters such as tree pruning around power lines. However, with respect, we disagree with the officers' recommendations, seeking to provide a 27% canopy cover by 2040. Whilst many experts have rightly raised concerns about the state government's new planning decisions and the impact on tree canopy cover, we do feel it's premature to downgrade Boroondara's target to 27%. We note that some actions of the Tree Canopy Strategy Action Plan Tracking Table 2024 to 2025 are behind schedule. This includes Action 1.1.2 to develop a street tree planting plan, prioritising lowest areas of canopy, and Action 1.5.1 to develop a proactive inspection and data collection program for council trees. Some actions, such as 3.7.3 to develop guidelines for trees on council managed land to include planting location and succession planting, are yet to commence. Furthermore, a strategic action in the plan is for council to become an industry leader in best practices and innovation for the protection, maintenance and management of urban trees. We wholeheartedly agree, but we believe to do this, council must not oppose key actions, such as in the plan for Victoria, which sets a target of 30% tree canopy cover. Furthermore, as has been mentioned, the 330-300 guideline is gaining momentum internationally and is already being used by hundreds of municipalities across the world. And that rule of thumb provides clear criteria for the minimum provision of open trees in our urban communities by setting the following 3 minimum requirements. You're probably aware of it. 3 mature trees from every home, 30% tree canopy cover in every neighbourhood, 300 metres from the nearest high quality public park or other green space. I guess I'd just like to add my personal opinion. That's our association, but my personal thoughts are that Boroondara Council shouldn't lower the target when the state's own target is 30% tree canopy. If the state government's planning changes are dramatically affecting tree canopy, then councils should be uniting in advocating to the state government for changes. Yes, the housing crisis is real, but so is climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said and right on 3 minutes. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Pattis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Yvonne, thank you for coming. So I just want to ask you a question, but I just want to sort of explain that 27% overall target comes from having 3 sub-targets, which is the 24% on private land, which is 80% of our city, 52% on council public land, which we have a lot of control over, and 19% on other public land, which we don't have much control over, but we can advocate. In order to achieve 30%, so in order to get from the 27% to 30%, if we assume that private land, if we assume that it doesn't go down at all, it just stays at 24%, which history tells us it's actually going to drop, but let's assume that. That actually means that we need to increase the other 2 sub-targets by 70% in order just to get to the 30%. Right? So the council public land and the other public land need to increase by 70% just to get to the overall 30% over the next 40 years. Do you think that going to the community and saying that, you know, we're going to increase the things that we can control or advocate for by 70%, do you think the community are going to take us seriously? And do you think that's what we should be doing?
Okay, it's incredibly hard for me to comment on behalf of the association. So my personal views are, as I said, that I think we can't discount the tree canopy on private land, and that Boroondara Council is in a position. It's already taking a very strong position advocating to the state government. But if the state government's tree canopy is 30% in Plan for Victoria, it's a key action. If the state government's planning changes are threatening Melbourne's tree canopy, then council needs to do something about that and advocate strongly.
Thank you. That was a really hard question, and you've answered it very well. And I know you can't speak on behalf of the community, but it was a tough question. And thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you.
And we now have a question. Councillor Wiki.
Thank you, through your chair, and thank you, Ms. Belling. So I just want to confirm just what you said, just so that I understand it, that what you are suggesting is that council holds itself to the percentage of land that it controls. It continues to advocate for the other parcels of land outside its control, that state planning change, and that public opinions also change so that more trees are planted on private land. And all those actions combined make up a target of 30%. Is that sort of what you're saying?
Yeah, I think, as I said, this is me personally now, not representing our association, but I think Boroondara Council is in a position where they can challenge the state government about tree protection on private land. And I think that the community would come on board. If that's the question, I think the vibe, for want of a better word, that I'm getting is that you're concerned that you won't be able to meet the target and that there will be community backlash. That's the sense that I'm getting. But what I'm suggesting is that don't take out the fact that more trees can't be planted on private land. And I think that council is in a strong position to advocate to the state government has put out a target saying we want the city to have 30% tree canopy cover. So if Boroondara Council can't, because of state policy decisions, then they need to be held account. You need to be able to be provided with what you need to be able to achieve a target that they're setting.
Thank you very much. Very, very well stated. And I can assure you, council do advocate very strongly with.
I know, and I just want to say, I'm coming across as very negative. I am greatly appreciative of the work that council has done and continues to do. It is a really serious concern.
And we understand your passion, and it's a very important subject matter. Thank you so much. You've answered some very tough questions. Well done. And there are no other lights on, so you may escape. You can go back to the gallery. Sorry. Councillor Gold did put his light on, but now he's turned it off. Did you have a question? For the officers. Okay, sorry. Thank you very much. Now I will return to Ms. Matheson or Mr. Freer to respond to questions. Thank you.
Thank you, through you again, Madam Acting Chair. Thank you to the submitters for your feedback on tonight's report. I think the complexity of the issue has been ventilated well through the submitters and the questions that have been provided, where there are matters that are in council's control and those matters even on council land at times that are not in council's control. And you'll note from the time of the setting of the 27% canopy cover in 2024, projects like North East Link have had a significant impact on council land without our control and seen significant canopy loss as a result of that project. We are continuing to advocate, as the community has recognised, around electric line clearance to see particularly improvements on some of those aspects. And I'll call on, perhaps later as the evening goes on, my colleague Mr. Walker in regard to some of the planning changes as well as they impact private land and what tree canopy is retained and protected on private land as well. Thank you.
I can see several lights on. Councillor Galt, you were first, followed by Councillor Booth.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start by foreshadowing an amended motion for tonight, and I will only ask questions later if I need to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Abilki, followed by Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Mr. Freer, we have got the sub-targets for different land types. I just would like a bit more information around how we've derived those percentages. So the council public land 52.5%, has that been derived as the maximum amount that we feel that we can increase our tree canopy within the time frame for the target?
Thank you again through you, Madam Chair. The target has been set given consideration of both existing use of council land and what potential there is on that land as well for planting. Perhaps if I can illustrate an example, we could increase a hectare easily by planting out a sports field. So there are obviously significant impacts to the community of doing that, and we could make significant gains in canopy cover by doing all of our ovals as canopy, but you then impact the other use or a standing use of open space. Similarly, in our open space areas, we've recognised the need for people to, again, throw a frisbee, have casual activity, kick a football, whatever that might be in an open space area. So the target on council land has been set in a way to recognise some of those activities and continue allowance for those, but also recognise that not all areas can be planted.
Thank you. So, and I'm just trying to get a clear idea of how we've come up with those percentages. So it's almost as if the council public land figure has led the division of all the other figures, because that is what you see is the maximum amount that we can provide tree coverage on land that we control. Is that correct?
Through Madam Chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then with the other two categories, the private land and the other public land, is that based on what we feel that we could achieve by influence on those areas? Or are they the full capacity of tree canopy that those two categories could bear?
Through Madam Chair, the private land number has really been based off an analysis of what we believe is realistic, given the rates of development that we're seeing across the city in the existing canopy. So some analysis of that to derive that target. The other public land is a similar based estimate to the council public land, recognising that particularly other public land is a lot around schools and open space in schools as well, in the requirement to retain open space for ovals or playgrounds or whatever that may be.
And sorry, follow-up. Okay, one more, thank you. One more question then. So in terms of, you have mentioned, and I don't mean to grill you, Mr. Green, but you said, I think that. Does that mean that there could be further analysis of those figures that could tighten up, so we have possibly some room to move in terms of, say, if we wanted to lift our total tree canopy from 27 to 30%, there is a possibility that some of those figures could move?
Thank you again, through you, Chair. In consideration of council land, yes, again, with impact is the key of that. The areas which are not in council's control, we have limited influence on that, and it is it's not necessarily a science that you can apply to say that will then happen. There are a range of different impacts that again can continue to play out, as we see in some parts of the city where there has been population growth schools expand, portable classrooms come onto open space. So you again see limited opportunities for increase on that land as it gets repurposed for other reasons.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Pattis, followed by Councillor Osborne-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just some quick commentary first, and then I'd like to ask a question. It's easy for the state government to come up with a 30% target because they're talking about not a particular suburb or a particular private land. They're talking about the whole city. So it's easy for them to come up with something that doesn't have to be refined and that doesn't have to, and therefore the potentially no consequences. My understanding, and here's the question, my understanding is that our current overall target, 27%, has come about. We didn't start with that target. What we did is we started with the 3 sub-targets, which is we said to ourselves, what do we think we could realistically achieve, right, if we pushed the boundaries and we tried our best. Obviously, the best is with council public land, and that's why it's the highest. Our second best would be to advocate potentially public land, and that's actually quite terrible at the moment because it's below the state government. The state government itself is not achieving its own targets. And private land, which is 80% of our city, right? And the reason why we achieve the 20% weighted average is because private land constitutes 80% of our city. And of course, it's the hardest because of state government planning laws, because of history, because of a number of things. So it's quite complex. So in order to come up with that weighted average of 30%, which, as I said, the state government, it's easy to do, we would have to be able to justify that 30% by looking at the 3 sub-targets and finding where we can move. And the one where we can move the least is the private land and the other public land. So my question to you is, why do we need an overall canopy target of 27%? Because that actually creates some consternation. And there's a suggestion that we're reducing our efforts and we're not putting a maximum. Why not just have 3 sub-targets and we focus on achieving those sub-targets? And when we advocate to the state government, we advocate with the 3 sub-targets, which I believe are more meaningful. Why not have just the 3 sub-targets and eliminate the main target, which is causing a lot of confusion because people may not necessarily understand weighted averages?
Thank you.
That was his question. Get rid of the main target.
Good. Sorry. Thank you, in through you, Madam Mayor. The starting position in this has really been around the analysis of what exists across the municipality. And at the current level, it's 24% across the municipality. The analysis at that point really captures whether the tree is the tree, not who owns the tree on whose land, because often the benefit is derived from a community around that area, whether it is on private land or council land or other public land. So we've seen, I guess, the broad target as the approach to commence with. It's been a consistent measure that's been used for many years. My recollection, Ms. Matheson might correct me, is that the current tree canopy strategy, the 2024 adopted, is the first that broke down into the 3 categories from there to try and illustrate, I guess, the challenge at that time council was seeing in regard to electric line clearance impacts, significant state project impacts on council open space and council land as well, to bring those matters to the fore. But I acknowledge that bringing the 3 out in such a way shows that difference of where targets are currently at.
So my question, why not just have 3?
Mr. Free, could you respond?
What was the question?
My question is, why do we need both a weighted average target, which is less meaningful because it creates all this confusion, and not just have the 3 targets so that we can be very highly focused, provide evidence for that, support and advocacy? In other words, eliminate the recommendation number 1. and just have the rest.
Mr. Storer.
Perhaps I could understand the point Councillor Paris is making and can see the logic in that. I guess the only reason I would suggest 27% is of value is because you have some relationship between that and the state's 30% target. So what you're able to do as a council is say, well, the state has set that target, how are we travelling in relation to it? That to me is probably the primary benefit. Beyond that, there's no reason why we couldn't do what you're suggesting.
Thank you. We'll move to Councillor Osborne-Smith.
Thank you, Chair. And it's an interesting question from Councillor Patterson. Mine's on a similar vein. Is there some merit? We're all wrestling with some very prescriptive targets. Is there some merit in describing a recognition that 30% canopy cover is a desired outcome without specifying a particular date or time frame, but then drill down into the subcategories that may take us there? It's a similar sort of question to Councillor Pattis. So I guess my question is, do you think it may be possible to draft a recommendation that acknowledges the figure of 30%, recognises that as an industry standard, but yet doesn't put prescriptive timeframes on it, and instead focuses on those other subcategories? I hope that question may be able to be answered. I'm sorry if it's a little...
Thank you for your question. We'll just give Mr. Freer a moment to respond. And councillors, while we're waiting, I just wanted to remind us all that we still have another agenda item. So I ask if we can try and keep our questions concise. And thank you, your question was very concise. And Mr. Freer, if you can answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the reality of the difficulty in proceeding down that path is we're not in control of the outcome. We can certainly establish a target of 30% as a number and break that down. However, we're not in direct control given the development or the changes that are considered by the state government in a planning sense play really against that 30% quite significantly. And so when you are faced with that as being the legislative framework and then trying to set an aspiration that is opposed to it, I think it's very difficult to represent.
Thank you. Councillor Tawny.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions. Are we able to quantify the difference between the current 1 metre line clearance around power lines and a proposed 30 centimetre line clearance, like in terms of an actual tree canopy cover and maybe even cost of that?
So we haven't done, thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, we haven't done a cost analysis of the outcome we'd like to see from the new power line regulations. But what we forecast is that we could regain around 10 hectares of canopy from both our trees and private trees that are pruned currently over that
period of time.
Yep.
Oh, that's good to hear. And so I'm moving it slightly away from targets and thinking more about how we could implement find places for more trees. And I'm thinking about when we renew sports pavilions and we resurface ovals and we're out there upgrading playgrounds. Do we have a process when we're doing that requires officers and ultimately our contracts to look at ways to grow tree canopy in that process?
Madam Chair, certainly around playground improvements, that is a key part of Council's approach, and considering our shade strategy and our approach to that in ensuring that vulnerable members of the community, like children, are prioritised in that respect. So we certainly look at that for playgrounds. Pavilions, similarly, we do landscape plans around pavilions to ensure that we are planting around those areas to make both amenity improvements but canopy improvements for those sites. Oval reconstructions, not so much, in a sense that they're focused on the oval, but I think again that is an opportunity for us to consider. A lot of the infrastructure is around both the inside or immediately around the outside of the fence of an oval, but what we might consider as planting zones proximate to ovals as well, to provide some canopy cover as well in those areas.
Thank you for that. And back to targets. In terms of the Plan for Victoria's tree canopy target, that includes private and public land, includes both. And the current rate of coverage in, say, metropolitan Melbourne, do we have a figure on what the current tree canopy cover is?
Through Madam Chair, the current status of that is 15% as an average canopy cover, and that's from data from 2018, which is the state's latest data.
So that's across metropolitan Melbourne, we have a 15% tree canopy cover.
That's
And
correct.
what about the kind of leafy inner southeast suburbs? Do we have a cover of that?
17%.
17%. And so the state's target of 30% must be averaged out by looking at regional areas, or really, I mean, what's it cover, Mr. Walker?
Through yourself, Madam Chair, our understanding, and we've interrogated this a little bit because we didn't understand how the 30% canopy cover for metropolitan Melbourne could be achieved, especially in the context of the latest planning rules or requirements around residential housing that sets at 10% up to 20% on large sites for new tree canopy coverage. And what's been indicated to us is the expectation is that the public land will fill the void and bring up the canopy cover to 30%. So that's what's been indicated in response by the Department of Transport and Planning, of how they're expecting or seeing that 30% being achieved, which certainly hasn't been borne out by any detail or information or explanation in terms of calculations on that.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Nolan.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I think Mayor Tawney, Councillor Tawney's line of questioning there was a little where I was going to go. I think we've got, as Councillor Pattis said, we've got 80% of the land. It's the 80-20 rule, right? We've got 80% of the land that is driving the equation, which is the private land. We've got a range of input from our speakers from the gallery. If we're going to get anywhere, we've got to move the 80% of the land from 24 to 27.5%, which is a mix of enforcement, education, incentives, disincentives. So my question to Mr. Walker also was going to be his opinion, learned judgment of whether we could, in any world, move that 24% up towards 27.5% with existing regime.
In any world, in any road.
Thanks, through you, Madam Chair. The 24% and achieving and keeping it at 24% is a huge challenge in the first place. So that isn't simply doing nothing and we keep it at 24%. because new development will be taking place which removes canopy. New development will be taking place that removes opportunity for new canopy that's at a higher percentage or even at 24%. So to achieve a 24% coverage, in fact, requires significant effort and significant advocacy, significant input, and in fact, ultimately additional tree controls that protects what canopy we have now and has requirements associated with it for replacement canopies where canopy is removed. So we've got to advocate, we've got to go to the state government, we've got to ask for additional tree controls, even to achieve this 24% coverage now.
Thank you. And Mr. Storer would like to comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to add to what Mr. Walker has said, it's worth bearing in mind that many of the applications which will in fact reflect development outcomes in our city will not be controlled by council. So a lot of those applications, particularly the larger ones, which have the potential to consume both land that would otherwise be available or indeed remove vegetation as part of the development outcome, will be going through various state government and or deemed to comply processes, which will not enable council to influence the outcome to the degree we might have in the past.
Thank you.
And can I just ask one quick follow-on question, and maybe to the Places and Spaces office crew? Have we got any sense of incentives or disincentives for people on private land, the efficacy that would have rather than, in the face of state government legislation changes, if there was money to look after canopy and significant trees, or higher dollar disincentives to remove them? Do we have a sense of that? Is there anything you can add there?
Through Madam Chair, certainly what we've seen since the adoption of Council's canopy strategy, the landscape compliance and enforcement role, which has been supported through Mr. Walker's team, has had a very good impact in ensuring that planning permits are complied with and that we're seeing trees planted that were on landscape plans, and we're seeing those retained over time as well. So there has been good efficacy, I guess, from the perspective of the enforcement side. There's not a great deal of research around incentive payments necessarily, but again, I think we've got to explore all of the opportunities that are available to try and retain and encourage the retention of significant vegetation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Frampier.
No, actually, I think my question's been.
All right, thank you. We'll go on to Councillor Gold. I believe you wanted to wait. Is that correct? You foreshadowed a motion.
Yes, but I have a question.
You have a question, all right?
Asked process at the
Yes.
One outstanding one. Just returning to the other public land, the 19%, and this may be not a bit unfair because I'm going to be asking specific questions, but there's lots of things like schools, government schools, that just don't have the funds to do these sorts of things. Have you counted those into the projected 19%? And just an example of another area, Burundara is beautifully surrounded along the Yarra River and the Gardeners Creek by public land, of which is treed, but it could be more heavily treed substantially. I'm thinking along Studley Park Road, for instance, Caritas Christi. There's a park beyond it that hasn't been treed for years and it's open. Have you looked at the potential of treeing that land as part of these calculations?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Yes, that's where we think there's opportunity. The public land or Crown-owned land considered the train lines, the schools, every bit of Crown land that we could see. and yet there are those kind of forgotten pockets, and that's where we think through advocacy and support we may be able to get improved canopy cover.
And that's in the 19%. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sinfield.
Thank you. And through you to officers, I'm wondering if a higher aspirational target, 28 or 30% or something, doesn't matter. I'm wondering if that would potentially change our posture or policy, resulting in any pressure to reduce pruning and subsequently, inadvertently, increase risk to public safety through an increased risk of limb failure or trees falling. How will we safeguard against that?
Through Madam Chair, safety is our priority in managing our tree canopy and regulatory compliance as well, of course. So in any case, we need to ensure that our tree stock is safe and well maintained and would not consider the compromise of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, there are no further questions. So, Councillor Gulch, you foreshadowed a motion.
I did. Thank you very much, Acting Chair.
Would you like to now share what your motion is?
I would be delighted. What I've tried to do is very simply amend the officer's recommendation, but I understand there's going to be contributions from others to maybe add a further clause on the end. So if I can start with a proposal that I was going to put forward. So starting with the officer's recommendation on item 1, remove, retain and put in increase.
All right. And Quizzy Fingers are preparing.
Yep. I'm moving to 27%, change that to 30%. And moving to item 2, remove the word note at the start. And change that to adjust the. And go to the end of that line where it types being, remove the word being. And add following further research and advice. And I'll explain later tonight why I don't think we should be chopping and changing with that tonight. Thank you. Now, I believe there was some other clauses that we may want to add to that, which could enrich the proposed motion.
Thank you, Councillor.
Oh, sorry, remove the percentages. I'm proposing we remove those percentages for now. Because doing that in a run, anyway.
So, Councillor Gott, while that is happening, I will be in search of a seconder. Is there a seconder that you have worked with to consider additional wording to this?
Chair, would it assist to suspend standing orders at this juncture?
That's an excellent idea. Councillor Sinfield, do you move to suspend standing orders?
So moved.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Gold?
I'm happy to do that, yes.
Right, thank you. Those in favour? All right, no opposition. I declare we're in suspension of standing orders. So we will now enable discussion.
He has to finish his motion.
Councillor Gold, did you say your motion was complete and you were seeking input from others, or?
I said I was happy with the adjustments just made.
Right.
But I understand there's been some discussion at that side of the chamber on other potential additions to make it a different.
On the good side.
All right. Look, what I'll do is I'll enable discussion.
So I've seen those and I think they're very good. But I'd like those who put them together to maybe propose those in addition, as an addition to what's up on the screen.
Well, given that you went first, do you want to explain the logic of what you're doing in number 2 in particular?
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. My concern is that we haven't really, in all honesty, given really, I'm not talking about the officers because I know your research has been very thorough and very detailed, and I appreciate the work you've put in. It's just great.
Yeah.
You are
Sorry, Councillor Gold. I was in search of a seconder before you talked the motion. So, Councillor Abuki, happy to second. All right, thank you. And sorry, please proceed, and then we'll go through the opportunity for others to comment. Thank you.
But I think this council for many years have wanted to do an awful lot more work into the possibility of increasing our tree canopy, but we really haven't put some serious time like a committee into looking at lateral alternatives. The officers are probably constrained, as we've seen tonight through questioning, to working out calculations of what we control or what we believe we could potentially control through other authorities. And that restricts it to a large degree. My concern is there's lots of other initiatives, including the initiatives that have been raised by a number of the speakers tonight. Land that we don't control, we've covered. I think there's a fair argument for advocacy to the state, who put up a 30% target, yet give us planning rules that don't allow that. And I think there's a huge amount of advocacy to go on there. And the thought of having a community movement, people in the community encouraging their colleagues and friends and the rest of the community to retain and add trees. We haven't attempted that. It is definitely beyond our control, but this is no different than climate policy, where we don't control the climate, but we've got the community working with us to make those changes. So I just think filling in figures now is doing it on the run. And we don't know enough. We even tried before today to come up with some numbers. We don't. I think we've got to get a group together to look at this quite seriously, work out where the initiatives and opportunities are, develop those, and then break it down into those others. But I don't want to make the whole argument about those factors, and I'm happy to discuss it later, but the 30 has some resilience in the community. It's an international standard. It's the state government standard. That's why I'm saying leave it at 30%, because we have a really good basis for argument based on that number. The ones below it is how we think we might get there. And I think it deserves some debate.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Bookie, as the seconder, do you want to reserve your right to speak? Thank you. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Thank you. So I see 3 in opposition, so we will go into debate.
We're not standing. We were standing
Standing orders. Yeah. No, sorry. I'm not allowing debate is what I'm saying. So we're not voting. I just wanted to see if there was anyone in opposition. So Councillor Galt, you indicated that others may want to contribute to this and potentially add amendments to it.
Do you want to? I'd be very pleased to look at the amendment. I've read them online.
And I think it's important we go through, if there is an amendment, to hear what that amendment is. So can I ask who is the person?
I'll move it, suppose.
Can you? I'll second. We're in suspending orders.
So there's no need to move. So this is the motion from this side of the room, the draft. So let's do it. Well, some of us.
And sorry, if I could just ask, whilst we can't move an amendment now, if you could talk to what you're proposing to amend.
So part 1, slightly different, obviously. Where are we starting from? We start with 5. Do you want to speak?
Yes. In some of my inquiries, I was looking at what different types of land, sports fields and, parks, all the different types of land, and understanding that on an annual basis, because I wasn't sure whether we'd get around to changing targets tonight. And I understand we weren't going to look at this for another couple of years. So I would like to see annual reporting on our tree canopy. What was missing from the report was information about the modelling and how the desktop modelling that was done to get there. So I think we need to understand more about what's actually on each different type of land. So where the 52.5% comes from. And I'd like to see that reported annually. I'd also like to see, taking a little bit further that question I said, where we have a lens over the work that we do at council when it comes to any work we do on public land, and including sports fields, playgrounds, or maybe not so much as sports fields, as Mr. Frere pointed out, but pavilion renewals. And instead of just doing the normal thing that we do, where we replant or maybe put a few trees, just what that approach could be, where we could increase our potential urban forests in more places, green curtains, which I think we're coming to next, and just always having that lens on when we're doing those projects. John?
Yeah, then literally to write to the state government, find out where their 30% came from and how they intend us to achieve it. The same way they've given us targets in housing and how they intend us to achieve it, and also write to our local members in Parliament to inform them. So I think there's probably only one major difference at this point. Points 5, 6, and 7, and 8 are new.
I'd be happy if 5 replaced 2, because I think it's saying the same thing. 5 replaces 2. See the further report covering annual status report. I mean, maybe you might use annual status, but what I was looking for under 2 by taking out those numbers is to do some more work, some serious work. Look at the initiatives available to us and research them.
And report annually. This is the point. This is
as well.
This is the thing of like we're looking at this really clearly, because especially if you want to raise the number, you want to be able to see exactly where it's at.
Absolutely. So I'm happy that we took out 2 altogether and simply replace it with 5, although you renumber as you go down. Are you happy to accept the changes to 1, which really says 27 to 30%? Because I'd like to see that we have some lofty target and we put some serious work into the innovative group that gets together and looks at other ways of attaining this.
Through you, Matt. Through you, Chair.
Yes, certain. Councillor Nolan, please.
It seems like we're just doing a lot of on the fly here right now.
It certainly is, and I'm struggling to keep up. So we have suspended standing orders to enable free-flowing discussion. But I would like to give everyone the opportunity and also take a breath and catch up with what we're actually proposing here in this, or what Councillor Gold is proposing in the motion. So I'd like to give everyone the opportunity to ask questions as we go through suspension of standing orders. And I'm trying to now work out with the sequence of lights. If I may go to Councillor Patters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's 2 things we all have in common. We actually all love trees, and there's no one in this chamber that doesn't want to see more trees. So that's fantastic. I don't think that's to be argued, and I'm quite proud of that. The other thing we have in common is integrity and transparency. Okay? We all got voted in on integrity and transparency. And what that means is that we're not going to go to the community and propose something where we haven't done the homework and we can't justify ourselves. So just because the state government has got a 30% figure, which we actually don't know how they achieve that, just because it's common around the world doesn't mean we should automatically adopt it. And it's great to say we have an aspiration. We can have an aspiration. This doesn't say aspiration. This says target. Okay? And the thing that we should all understand, and I'm sorry if I'm going to repeat myself, because I believe maybe we don't appreciate it. The 20%, the 27% figure and the 30% figure doesn't just get plucked from the air. Where it comes from, it's a weighted average of the 3 targets. How the officers came up with the 27% is they sat down and they looked at each of the different sub areas and they said, what can we realistically do? They put in a challenge and they said, how can we stretch this? How can we advocate for this? Right? And of course we can control 11% of the land, which is council. We don't have much control of the 8%, which is other state government, schools and so forth. We have even less control of private land because people consider private land their land, right? They don't want government telling them what they can do. That's what we have to contend with, and therefore we have to use local laws and we have to use state government. So please understand, if we go into the community and we're saying we're going to adopt 30% target or whatever we say, I don't think we're being true to what we said, why we became councillors. We're not giving them a figure that's properly based on evidence, on research. We're going against the officer's recommendation. If you're going to go against the officer's recommendation, they've spent a lot of time putting this together. You're going to go against it, you better have a really good reason, because the community will punish you. It's not about what the state government's put in there. It's not about the look. It's not about, and if you sit down and you do the maths, in order to achieve that 30% figure, you need a 70% uplift on things that we can control. We haven't even got that there. And you need a 7% uplift on things the state government and schools own. We're being unrealistic, people. I like the thinking about doing more research, go back to the table, stretch ourselves. Don't start with 30%. Don't put it in there. Take number 1 out. Take number 2 out if you want. Go back, say to the officers, we're not happy with the 27%. We don't think we think you can do better. Maybe they can't. Do some more work on it. But please don't start with 30%. I don't think you're being true to what we all said we were going to do with the community. We're going to be transparent, and we're going to be sincere, and we're going to have high integrity. So it's for that reason I won't be voting for number 1. I'm happy to vote for everything else.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Padders. No, I've just been reminded by governance that this is more for clarification. Your comments were very well considered, but we're using this forum just for clarification. So I will now go to Councillor Franco, followed by Councillor Sinfield.
Thank you. Where to start? Okay. Point 5 that's been put up in the it hasn't been moved, but it's there. Oh no, it's not point 5 anymore. The bit about the annual report. Where is that?
R2.
Okay. The wording there is unclear because it talks about a single report, and yet I've heard colleagues talking about annual reporting.
It says annual.
Receive a further report.
Annual starts.
Leave annual reports.
So on my view, others may have a different view. I find that language unclear. To me, it's a singular. It's written in the singular. If others read plural into that, I understand. I've heard. Okay, so that's the first thing. Secondly, I am just conscious that calling for I read singular there, but if we're calling for this, a report each year to come before council, we're doing this each year, each time. This is going to be a lot of officer time, energy. It's very easy to say just annual report each year if we amend that wording. And we come back here to discuss this, and we redo this meeting each year in a formal thing. So if colleagues are simply wanting to know what the status or what our delivery is, does it need to be a council report? Does it need to be just put it up, the information, make it available publicly on the website? Why are we asking council officers, governance, members of the public, the cost?
Information on the website is really all I'm looking for. It doesn't need to be. So let's reword that. It was just having the information
Made available.
Know exactly what's going on.
Okay,
Absolutely.
and I'll be very supportive if that's the case.
So an amendment has just been made to receive an annual status report.
Well, we're just discussing whether it might be making the information publicly available rather than reports to council meeting.
Franco, is your question to the officers of?
Well, I suppose we've got a question to the officers. Talk about the resources if we're talking about annual.
Change to.
Change to.
To say.
If colleagues want to push for the original or annual, then I'd like to hear from them.
Information to be updated annually.
Yep.
And available on the website.
Well,
yes, I'm not a fan of creating unnecessary reports. But the point was just having that annual
publicly available. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, with your indulgence, I'd actually like to refer this question to Mr. Freer to gauge his response on it.
I have a couple of other comments after as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The analysis that we undertook to establish the target as it is at the moment, the canopy cover as it is, it's an exercise of about $100,000. It's quite a in-depth analysis using aerial photography to do area by area analysis of existing canopy cover. I do imagine in the future that with AI or other treatments will become a more efficient and cheaper exercise to run, but that's what it was in the most recent time.
Thank you. Councillor Franco, you had extra questions?
Okay. And just to, maybe if Mr. Freer can add, so if this motion is passed in that form, we will be incurring those kind of costs.
If it is to represent the data in the same way that we have, yes.
I don't want to spend $100,000. I'd rather plant the
Plant the
trees.
trees, me too.
So is there any way that we can get kind of progress updates?
We probably needed initially, going back to what clause 2 was before.
Yeah.
I think the breakdown was quite good in there. I just didn't have the numbers.
I'm going to put another suggestion
I
out.
need to fix that first and then update.
All right, we'll just allow Councillor Franco to finish his
So
questions.
the other idea, and I wouldn't mind if officers could comment and if colleagues want to comment, but first officers, because it may be wacky or not. But to put it in context, the 30% canopy cover is a fairly well-established benchmark, internationally recognised, etc. It's used by neighbouring councils, Whitehorse, Monash, Melbourne's got 40% or whatever, state government. But we're here at the moment, we've got this council term, and if we had that as the ultimate goal, we know that's where we'd like Burundara to be in some way, and that suggests that. But what we can achieve is what we can achieve in this remaining 3 years of this council term. So could we look simply at targets of what we can achieve and what we can do in the current 3-year term rather than worry about these other bigger things? 30% is the target. What can this council do to move forward over the next 3 years, whether it's on private land, council land, blah, blah, blah? What can we do and how many steps can we go forward rather than worrying about if it's 19% in 2045 or 19% here in 2072? And we're here now, we've got some budgets, we've got certain control, and maybe that's the information we need back.
Thank you, Councillor Franco. Did you have a follow-up question?
I'd like some.
For Mr. Freer, did you want a response from Mr. Freer on that?
Yeah, I'd love to hear, and anyone.
I think perhaps to one of the earlier points, the measure that could be used is around tree planting, and that does not cost us money to analyse. So we're able to provide annual reports on tree planting on both open space areas, street tree planting, and the like. We can certainly request information from other landowners, whether they be other government landowners and the like, to provide any information they can about that. The point that was made earlier by Mr. Norton, and we support the view, is canopy is measured over a very long period of time, and a tree that's planted today will not register on any canopy for at least 10 years, depending on the species, of course, but at least 10 years and more likely 20, 25 years. So the achievements today are really around the numbers of trees planted. You won't see a canopy impact from the trees that we plant today in the next 3 years.
Thank you. Can I go now to Councillor Single to ensure everyone has an opportunity to speak?
Thank you, Chair. And I note your comment earlier that this is more about clarification than it is debating the motion on the screen. But I do wonder whether my colleagues would be interested in a deferral motion to appropriately give this the time that it deserves to thoroughly go through all of the different components that lead us to this decision making. I'll also take the opportunity to remind my colleagues that we are at this point because the Services Delegated Committee meeting on the 9th of September 2024, it was resolved to seek a further report. This is that further report. At that meeting on the 9th of September, if my memory serves me correctly, I either moved or agitated for the increase to 30%. And I can assure you, Councillor Paddis, that I did pluck that figure from a non-mathematical textbook and it was done to push us to an aspirational target. With merit, I would like to think we are at this point now, considering the further report, considering the further information, considering the expert advice from the officers in this department, who indicate to us that 27% is what is still probably aspirational, but more realistic. And I accept that on face value. So while I'm happy to debate this until the sun comes up, I won't be supporting a 30% target for those reasons outlined, and I do suggest that perhaps we need to consider this in another forum and thrash it out more fully.
Thank you, Councillor Sinfield. I will pose that question to see if there is interest for a deferral, but obviously we're in suspension of standing orders, so I just want to get an indication whether we want to continue this debate or we want to resume the council meeting. I need to get an indication of...
Cap, I've got a suggestion which may move things forward, if I may, Chair, if I could speak.
Please.
I'm wondering, councillors, if we leave a figure of 30% but describe it more as an aspirational target, or choose words that are a little more that recognise that it's a state and international figure, but it's rather arbitrary. So we acknowledge somehow in our resolution that this figure of 30% exists, but we acknowledge that it's not a strict target and certainly not something by 2040, because I think that does bind ourselves to tie ourselves up in knots. But it's still acknowledging that that's where we need to go as a community ultimately. But then moving into practical steps, I like the idea that Councillor Franco pointed out, and I think of targets as being smart, simple, measurable, achievable. I forget what R is, realistically, thank you, and timely. And if we boil ourselves down to those simple targets that we as a council could put our hand on our heart to try to achieve in the coming 3, 4, 5 years, to do with, for example, tree planting numbers, which is a much more measurable target, to do with, a public campaign, etc., about the value of trees. Some simple and measurable targets. I think I would feel a lot happier knowing that we've got a plan of attack and that we could try to undertake those, but still acknowledging that that figure of 30% is a long-term desirable outcome, if that's the right words, or aspirational target, or internationally recognised target, adopted state government target, whatever words you like to choose, but not tie ourselves up in knots.
Thank you very much.
That's my suggestion.
Yeah, look, thank you. And because I'm mindful that we are more going through points of clarification, I will now first of all go to Councillor Nolan, who hasn't spoken yet.
Thank you, Chair. So I think I am of a mind, I've heard so many good ideas, and I've heard ideas that I don't, not liking hearing. My guiding stars are, I do not want to mislead the public. I do not want to set an aspirational target with no percentages. Can I see where we were when we started this?
The original motion.
The original motion, please.
Is that possible, if we can go back to that? Now, I'm mindful...
So, sorry, Chair, these are my guiding principles. I don't want to mislead the public. I don't want to put an aspirational target up there that the public is informed public here, but not everyone is going to spend the time being informed. The second thing is, I do not want to disempower the officers. There's been a lot of work go on. There's a continuing work by places and spaces and by planning, and I'm sure there's at times community exec and team involved in all of this. So we need to be transparent in what we do. We need to be clear to the public. We can't mislead them. We need to say these targets are under our control. Council public land. We have some influence over private land through our enforcement, through our advocacy, through electrical line clearance, potentially through the MAV. We need to be very transparent. I do think we need to trial a few things. We need to trial incentives. We need to do a bit of modelling on some of these ideas that have come up tonight, both from councillors from the gallery, and I'm sure that officers have got other things bubbling away. I do like the idea of bringing our horizon back from 2040 back to 2028. I do, whether that came from Councillor Franco or Councillor Osborne-Smith. So that would mean private land is 24% flat at 2028. Mr. Walker might put his hand up for another 0.5 or 1% there, I'm not sure. The council public land is at 43%, I think. So in 2028, it's going to be like 45%. And I think there's a lot of merit in bringing that horizon back from 2040. So I'm in support of that. I am also in support of a deferral. I just think there's too much going on here. There's too many. I'm not going to be happy if something gets put up there and there's a few hands go up and everyone's confused. I'm going to be quite unhappy with that, and I don't feel that's going to be doing justice to the public and our residents.
Thank you, Councillor Nolan. Councillors, are we ready to resume standing members?
So I'd like to say something. Wait.
All right. Sorry, Councillor Buki.
30% is not an arbitrary number. 30% is a scientific number that has come out within Australia and overseas. So it is supported within Australia through studies that have been undertaken through Curtin University, the CSIRO, the Australian Government's Urban Forestry Strategy, and the ICLEI, the Local Governments for Sustainability. They have stated that you need 30% of urban tree canopy in order to improve life, in order to provide livability, in order to reduce temperatures. And internationally, the 30% threshold is also supported by the US Forest Service, the World Health Organization, the European Environment Agency, Singapore's National Parks Board, the Canadian Urban Forest Network. So it is not an arbitrary number.
Sorry, Councillor Buki, but we can't go into debate. So we're just...
Okay, but we've talked about why we've just plucked 30% out of the air. We haven't plucked 30% out of the air. It's based in scientific fact that is the amount that we need to reduce and provide well-being for our residents.
Thank you. Now, I am mindful...
Chair, can I test something before we potentially resume standing orders? So it seems to me that between the two dueling things, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, nobody's really commented. It's 1 and 2. Yeah, we're having a back and forth about trying to refine 1 and 2. For me, if we are, and this goes to Councillor Nolan's point, so I want to say what I'm in support of. I'm in support of per council term reports and targets. I think that would actually be far more transparent and bring greater clarity. So 2028, 2023, 2032, 2036, 2040. I would like to keep the private land, council land and other public land. And the reason for that is in everything I've heard tonight, including from our community members and from officers, we know what's in our control. Officers are very diligent in setting their targets and knowing what they can deliver. The private land's the unknown here. And we know the dissatisfaction we have with this statewide target. We need to bring that to the surface. We need to continually push back to the state government and to community and say we can only achieve this 30% if you both come to the table as well. So for that reason, I would prefer to see a private land target retained. I'd like to see it increased. It would have to go up to 27.5% in order to meet the 30% overall.
And I would be very happy if in brackets or a note, the officers will have the expertise for this, and for our community, that it says subject to externalities, community participation, community not bulldozing sites, state government giving us a breakdown. Like, let's get to the point. We've come from this, Councillor Seenfield telling us in 2024, this was the report we asked for. We've got this. Private land is the key issue here. We control the rest. We can have great influence on the rest. Private land, if we really want 30%, if our community really want 30%, then they need to join us in this fight.
Thank you.
Just a quick point from me. All I say is I don't want to defer the matter. I think we should.
All right. So,
And I'll support that.
Yes.
I'm going to suggest that we finalise this now as a motion and bring it forward.
we need to open standing orders.
Well, I'm going to suggest we do it under this environment and then bring it forward.
We actually have the motion that you put forward and it's been seconded. So we actually have to resume standing orders. We have to address that motion. And then if anyone would seek to put an amendment to it, that can be done. But we need to open standing orders. Oh, and sorry, the other point is when we resume standing orders, you can actually withdraw your motion and we could start with the officer recommendation and rework that. So there's options there.
Could I then make two very simple points?
Well,
that
we will we will open standing orders so that we can then progress.
It relates to comments that have been made in this meeting.
Points of clarification?
Points of clarification that
Proceed.
adding to what Councillor Abuki said about 30%, we've just checked online about other municipalities not that far from here and their targets. There's quite a few of them already have that in and are attaining it. Nillumbik is one example that are 28 point something. It is not silly. And the final thing I'd like to say is going back to one of the speakers tonight, the last speaker, in fact, who mentioned that if we clearly state what we're expecting to get from private land through negotiation with the state, with private landowners, we don't make it, we can say we tried. So we don't have to bear that as shame.
Thank you. And I believe Councillor Friend Pierre's comments were subject to or something to that effect. So we'll keep that in mind. Now, can I have a motion to resume standing orders? Councillor Abuki to move and Councillor Gold second. All right, those in favour? That is unanimous. We will resume standing orders. Yeah. Councillor Gold, prior to suspending standing orders, you put forward a motion. Can you please advise if you want to retain that motion or withdraw that motion? Is it the one on the screen? And sorry, we will need to put the motion that you put before on the screen. It's on the screen now.
It's not. It's not? It's different.
Sorry, bear with us.
Sorry.
Didn't know the percentages, yeah.
So item 2 started with adjust sub-targets. And just take out, under item 2, you just take out note and you put adjust. Following, and take out being. And we had following further research, and I'll put consultation. And in propose, I'm easy about leaving those dud points in, but we'll leave it for now. In moving this motion tonight.
Sorry, Councillor Gold, do you feel comfortable that that captures your
I'm just about to answer that.
Yes.
In moving that motion tonight, I did foreshadow that there were other clauses that others had put forward by email, and I was very happy and had read those. I was happy to include those in the motion. So that was what I said before. The motion was this plus what was coming in the emails.
And can I make a suggestion to it? Can I make a suggestion to you?
Yeah. Councillor Osborne-Smith, Yes, please speak.
I just wanted to contribute a small suggestion, if I may, and I think, and I've repeated this several times, but the date of 2040 is problematic for me. To the council officer's point about the time it takes for trees to grow, I think it is unrealistic and not transparent to be suggesting that we can achieve 30% as a target by 2040. I am much more comfortable with it being open-ended, as much as that may disappoint some people. And I just want to point out that the state government amendment V, whatever it is, about the VC 289 doesn't specify a date. And to all of Councillor Bookie's comments around the world, all acknowledging that 30% is the ideal amount for our cities to have as a tree canopy, I'm wondering if many of those specify dates. And I think that's the issue, that we're tying ourselves up a little bit.
So, sorry, Councillor.
So my recommendation would be just to leave it at 30.
So are you proposing, are you suggesting to Councillor
I guess I am suggesting
consider
whether that may
consider-
assist. That's all.
We have to open up the meeting again.
the meeting's open?
The meeting's open.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I take that as a comment.
Thank you, Ian.
My preference is that would come out of the further research and consultation. We're going to look at what we can achieve by bringing in lots of other initiatives. That may say that 2040 is wrong. So I'd rather leave it to that. Again, it's on the run. And or as my motion is. But there is some basis for 30%. It was originally there by 2040. And I'd be very happy just to have that, plus add the additional clauses that were drafted and emailed around.
All right.
Can I?
So, sorry, it's still a little bit confusing. So we need to ascertain, did you accept the proposed comment from Councillor Osborne-Smith to remove the date, or are you proceeding with this motion as is?
I'll leave it open to comment. I prefer to leave it till we do the further work.
All right.
But I do appreciate the comments. Thank you.
So what we need to do now, determine, Councillor Bookie, you're still happy to second this motion? All right. So do we have anyone in opposition to this?
This is with the additional clauses added?
Yes. So we have opposition. So we now go into debate. So we have to now open to councillors to comment.
Point of order, Madam Chair. If we have opposition that looks like it's the majority, maybe we shouldn't be going into debate. Maybe you should ask the question again.
I don't think it is.
Well,
Sorry, I'd like to, moving to point 2, ask the mover if they'd accept an amendment.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
thank you, Councillor Patters. What we're trying to ascertain now is how many are in opposition and whether or not we do determine to go into debate. Now, if it's the will of council to not engage in debate, it is up to me as the chair to determine that. I believe I saw a very significant show of hands in opposition. So if I can ask everyone again to please.
Sorry, could I get a clarification? At what point is appropriate to suggest an amendment to this?
She needs to rule on the point.
So if this motion fails, then
Yes, you still need to decide on
You
it.
need to rule on the point of order.
So the point of order is saying you have passed.
and sorry, with regard to the point of order, is there a specific point in the governance rules that you're referring to?
I don't know, but you asked if there's opposition, and almost everyone put their hand up. And why would we debate something where?
I think the opposition is to the fact that the full change isn't being reflected there, which is the additional items. That's all the opposition is. It's not to.
Well, maybe ask the question. I wasn't sure they were there. Could we scroll down and see if they're there? Are the additional clauses there? They're not.
Well, I think there was, if I may say, Madam Chair, that I think
I think I need to take control of the meeting. Sorry.
Can I just say, I don't think anybody can read people's minds as to why there was opposition.
No, look, I need to take control. So can
To do just
sorry, bear with me.
okay, because there's a point of order. You have to officiate.
Puta is pretty knuckly. I think it's coming to that.
Okay. Guy did something to Fury, so go on. You didn't bring them on.
Right. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Pattis, we need to first of all deal with when you call point of order. So I wanted to clarify that I don't believe there is a point of order because we're following the meeting process and protocol. So I won't accept point of order. But what I will do is take control of the meeting. And I want to ask everyone again if I can please see a show of hands for those that support the motion before us.
Excuse me, can we have the motion on the screen first? Because we haven't got it.
Oh, it was up.
We haven't got it. It is.
Oh, yeah. So what we need
just to move it can't here to God, who's this including? Because you can use them. So, because it's being opposed. No, it doesn't matter because we have to get the motion clear.
says you have to. So this is not supported.
No, that's terms.
See.
I'm going to make one minor comment while people are thinking. My concern with the current report.
No, sorry, Councillor Franco. I've just sought governance advice. Now, we do have one option of moving forward because Councillor Gold didn't complete his motion and points weren't fully included that he alluded to, he wanted to include in that motion. We can give him the opportunity to finish the motion before we went into standing order or suspension of standing orders. So I'm going to afford Councillor Gold one final opportunity to actually complete the motion as intended. I know Councillor Gold. And if we cannot put into this motion what is intended, we will be going to seek support of whether there's opposition. If there's opposition and majority of opposition, this motion will fail, and then we will go back to the officer recommendation. So, Councillor Gold, are you able to complete your proposed motion so that we can proceed with the meeting?
Yes, I am. I'm just making sure it is what we thought it was going to be. The old 5 has disappeared, but we can deal with that later if you need to.
Can I ask Councillor Gobb if he'd be willing to consider something, which is point 2 calls for another report and for this to come back again. And I just don't think we should be doing this again.
I agree.
That's what's holding me back. I don't know what other colleagues.
Councillors, could I just make a point about the process here? Councillor Gold needs to have moved a motion and have it seconded. That's the first thing. The second thing is that if there is a question raised as to whether there is any opposition to what's being put, the purpose of that is to determine whether or not there needs to be debate and to give the mover an indication as to whether or not there is going to be a debate. If anyone wants to make a change to the motion which is put, that becomes an amendment, which someone then needs to move and get a seconder for that to become the motion which will be discussed. So we need to maintain that process commitment, otherwise this meeting will just get completely out of hand. And having people interject and make comments and suggestions outside that process is not going to be at all helpful.
Thank you. So, Councillor Gold, I believe Councillor Franco was in the process of suggesting an amendment. Just put the motion. But what we need to do now,
You were asking me to clarify.
we actually need to put this motion as it is.
You're asking me to clarify if that was the motion. I believe that was the situation.
Yes.
So I'm very happy with clause 1. I'd like to move on, and I'll explain it later, the 30% in item 1. Under 2, further research and consultation. I'm not saying a report, but I'm saying come back in whatever form. It doesn't have to be major. So I'm happy with that. So I'm happy with it the way it now stands with it.
Thank you. And Councillor Bookie, as the second, do you support this bill? All right. So is...
Sure, hang on just one sec.
So,
sure.
So, sorry. To assist the mover and seconder, is there anyone opposed to this motion? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Now, that's not the.
I'm happy to move an amendment to the motion.
Now we've got one more minute. Okay. Councillor Franco, could you please
My amendment would be to remove point 2 if I have a seconder, but I don't mind if it and 4 and 5
so will we remove that first to show the motions?
and 5 to be removed as well. Is that
All right. So remove 2 and 5. Now we're actually bringing that on this.
Let's start with that one. Hey, you move that one next.
Is there a seconder to support Councillor Franco's amendment? Councillor Pattis, I see your light is on.
No,
Well, Councillor Gold?
it's on, but I'm not seconding.
No, okay. Can you ask them to turn off for us? That's okay. So until we actually determine if we have a seconder or not, could I ask all lights be turned off?
I'm happy to second that if 2 and 5.
Sorry, you can't second your motion. Sorry, your original motion. All right, it appears that has lapsed. Okay, so they go back to the original one. There we will go back. Gold is next to the motion.
Chair, can I try an amendment?
We can accept an alternate amendment. Yes, please.
So everything that's there except for item 5 and returning to item 2 as shown in the officer's recommendations, but with an adjustment to the figure for private land to 27.5% and an additional note put in subject to externalities.
Do I have a seconder? So we're going to change. So, but Councillor Nolan, is your light on to second that?
No.
No? Okay, then Councillor Tonic?
I'm happy to second that.
All right, thank you. All right, now we'll just allow governance to complete so we can all read what was stated.
Oh, and the figures should go back in for public land and other public land as well.
Can't jump into it, just.
Be careful.
And 5, it's gone. It's gone.
All right, Councillor Frimpere, that is your amended motion.
That is my amended motion.
Is there anyone in opposition?
Okay, so
All right.
we go to debate.
Now look, I can see there is considerable opposition, but Councillor Frimpere, can you speak to your motion, and then we will go into debate.
Okay, I'll be try to be very brief. I think we've heard from the community that they'd like to see 30%. We would like to see 30%. If somebody would like to make an amendment by the by 2040 date, I'd be open to that. I don't want us to undo where we've got to since 2024 in getting the breakdown of the land targets, the particular land targets. And I want us to get very, very focused about the things we control and the things that will require the externalities, advocacy, enforcement, incentives to community, advocacy to state government. I think that gives us actual actions to work on, because then with public land and other public land, we know what we're doing. And on private land, we know what we're doing. It might not be within our control, but we've got a pathway of work to work on. And then the rest of it is pretty straightforward. So I think there's a huge advocacy piece to state government for us coming out of this and to community. And I think we only get to 30% through partnership with our community. If they think that council passing 0.1 is going to magically deliver canopy cover, that's not going to happen. We need everybody, all hands on deck for this.
Thank you. Councillor Tawny, is the seconder, would you like to speak?
I'll reserve my right.
All right, thank you. As we have opposition, would anyone like to speak?
Yes, I'd like to
Nolan?
speak.
Yes.
Yep, thank you, through you, Chair. I'm just going to foreshadow some changes that if this motion fails, that we set 2028 targets, the year 2028 targets as step 1, commensurate with, I'm going to say 27%, but I'm open to moving that up a bit. And the second part would be, whilst investigating modelling and trials over the next 3 years, to raise the target to 30% in 2028.
Thank you, Councillor Nolan. Does anyone wish to speak Councillor Patters?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Should any of these motions fail, I'm going to ask that I like the idea of actually having a target with no end date, because that's actually the vision, the dream, whatever you want to call it, because the minute you put a date on it, I think if you don't believe in it and you put a date on it, you're fooling the community. That's what I believe. If you remove the date,
Agree.
fine. You actually share in the aspiration and of the 30%. By the way, maybe, I don't know who said it was arbitrary. It's not arbitrary, it's an average. So 30% is an average, right? Some councils, like Melbourne, has to achieve lower because they can't achieve any more. Other councils have to achieve higher, and you get average overall. But so should this fail, I'll be moving the original officer's recommendation, but changing point number 1 to removing the end date. And then that way it becomes something that we all want to continue to aspire forever to achieve. But then keep number 2, which is the homework that the officers have done. They've spent a year, if I understand correctly, putting in, researching, collecting the data, coming up with ways that they can increase this for the next 40 years, right? And we all of a sudden are just going to scrap that just because we feel like it sounds good, right? We're just going to scrap that and we're going to arbitrarily lift private land to 27%.
Thank you, Councillor Patters. To help expedite this process, Councillor Frimpera, would you consider removing the date based on what Councillor Patters just said? So can we now include that amendment? And
Happy
To provide 30% canopy, yeah.
yeah,
happy to.
you're happy to second that? Thank you. Now,
I'd like
we have got multiple lights on still, so I'll go to Councillor Sinfield next, then Councillor Franco. Thank you. Councillor Sinfield.
Thank you, but I won't speak now as I was also going to foreshadow an alternate pathway.
All right, thank you. Councillor Franco.
I do want to speak now in relation to the motion that's before us. I'll make the point that I support having a 30% target, but I won't be supporting what's before us because point 2 calls for more research, more public consultation, another report back to this council. We're back here. I think the officers have done a huge amount of work. I don't want to put a huge new burden, be back here to do the same thing. We'll have the same debates. So if Councillor Patters, if this motion fails and Councillor Patters moves that other motion, I will support it.
I'd be more than happy to move or to accept an amendment, Councillor Franco, to just turn point 2 into targets of different land types as follows.
So Councillor Tawney, are you happy to support?
Very happy.
All right, thank you. So Councillor Franco, if you just wait while we see what's put up, then if I ask all councillors to review the amendments, and I believe we're now at the stage where we've exhausted debate, and Councillor Tawney, as the seconder,
So that
reserve your
there's
right.
2 more words go in after that, isn't there? For different land as follows.
Thank you, Councillor Nolan. Councillor Tawney, as the seconder, would you like to speak to this motion?
I do. Thank you. Just briefly, I think it's an important target. I think it's more than aspirational. Boroondara is a climate leader, and I think this is an important part of that leadership. It also actually strengthens, people talk tonight about our advocacy position to the government, and we have major concerns with some of these changes that the government has brought in, which fundamentally allow 10% canopy cover on private land. And that is such a battle. We've talked about that a lot. We've advocated about that a lot. And this puts us in a stronger position to advocate for that, because otherwise we are accepting that that's done and that nothing can be done. So I think that's really important. I think also it drives our communications and our relationship with our community. You know, the community has spoken, said it wants this. Some of the community has spoken, said that it wants this. So then that becomes a bit more of our role in how we communicate that to the community, that we're trying to get to this private land target subject to externalities, and we can do really good work in that space. And we're waiting for a report back on incentives to support owners of land with canopy and significant trees. So I think all of these things are connected. So I'm very happy to support. I understand the difficulties, but I'm happy to support this target, and I think we've got to a good place tonight.
Thank you. And Councillor Frimpere, as the mover of the motion, would you like to have the right of reply?
I think everybody's heard enough from me.
Yes. All right.
Madam Chair, can I just see points below? Are there any points below 6?
Oh, that is the final point. Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, I will now put the motion. Oh, sorry, we will now put the amendment. All right, those in favour? I believe that is unanimous.
So the amendment.
So the amendment now becomes the substantive motion. So we will now put the motion as the substantive motion. So
those in favour.
So those in favour? So the mover is Councillor Frimpere and Councillor Tony is the seconder. So I will ask if we can have an indication of those that support the those in favour?
Yes.
All right. And I do not see any hands not up, so there is no opposition. So I declare, finally, the motion has been adopted. Well done. That is certainly what you call a democratic process. Now, if need be, we could take a 5-minute adjournment if anyone needs a break. We only have one item left. Oh, actually, we have two. We've got 3 items left. So to take a pause for a break. Yeah. Okay. So look, I'm sorry. Before we stand, I propose that we adjourn for a 15-minute break. 10? 5? All right. Look, we're all in a hurry to complete the meeting. All right. We will take a 5-minute break. Do I have a mover to adjourn for 5 minutes? Councillor Sinfield and seconder Councillor Pattis. All right. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. We will adjourn for 5 minutes. Councillors, I'm in search of a motion to resume the council meeting. Councillor Pattis.
Yes.
Thank you. And Councillor Frempierre?
Second.
All right, thank you. We will now proceed. Put it to the vote. Oh, sorry. All those in favour? We have quorum. There are a few councillors still absent, but we do have quorum. Okay. We will now move to the Urban Biodiversity Strategy target, and I call upon Alana Matheson, who I believe is actually not here. So we will go to David Shepherd, the Manager of Open Spaces and Trees, and supported by Daniel Freer, the Director. Yes, Mr. Shepherd.
And through you, Chair, this report is to consider the possibility of increasing the current target of the Urban Biodiversity Strategy to increase the area managed for biodiversity on an annual basis. We're recommending that the target be increased to 1.35 hectares a year, which is an achievable target for Council in conjunction with our friends groups. This action is supported with additional funding that Council has allocated through the amended budget process. Increasing the target will have a positive impact on Burundara's biodiversity and community wellbeing through the increased contact with nature. This report also provides an update on our management of invasive flora species. The officer recommendation is on the screen, and I commend that to you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Now we have one presenter this evening that wishes to speak to this agenda item. I call Mr. Graham Ross. And welcome back to the chair, Mr. Ross. Thank you for your patience and waiting. Can you please proceed by stating your name, your suburb, and are you in support of the officer recommendation or opposed to it?
Yes, my name is Graham Ross. I'm a resident of Camberwell, and yes, I support the motion.
Thank you, and please proceed with your 3-minute presentation.
Yes, I would say firstly that I represent the Kuon Cook Alliance, an not-for-profit organisation based in the Gardners Creek catchment. And last year, we planted 80,000 plants, and in total volunteered 21,000 volunteer hours. So that's 21,000 volunteer hours. So yes, we're totally in support of the recommended target of 1.35 hectares. This is a target that the Kuon Cook Alliance and the Friends groups advocated for back in, I think it was late January this year when we met down at U3A, the number of the councillors here. This, we feel, also reflects the additionality that the Friends groups add when working in conjunction with council. We've seen enormous growth. In fact, our volunteering hours are up 21% over the last year. And we see that to a large extent in Burundara, where working with council has produced incredible results. There used to be a bit of resistance to new friends groups. Now we see the tables have turned, and that is not only providing a huge benefit to the community, but also to council, but also to biodiversity and all the other benefits that provides. So this, together with the ambitious targets proffered in the Greenways project, which has been launched recently, we feel that this bodes well for substantial benefits in our biodiversity and counteracting some of that densification in our suburbs. We also feel that this target will help stimulate further interest and further growth in the community involvement in biodiversity in Burundara. So yes, we feel this combined with Greenways is going to be a substantial benefit to the community, to biodiversity and to the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're actually about 30 seconds under 3 minutes. Well done. Now, I see there are some lights on, but before I go to councillors, I just want to begin by saying thank you for your service. I know you and the Friends Group do an amazing job. I will now go across to Councillor Osborne-Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to foreshadow an amendment to the officer's recommendation when the time's right.
Thank you. Councillor Pattis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'd like to also congratulate Graham on the work that not only he does, but all of the volunteers. I don't think we can do our job without all the great work that you do. So you are appreciated. I did want to ask you, You may have noticed that the largest increase that we're proposing is Greythorn Park. Do you have a knowledge of that? And because I know the friends groups there have been asking for quite some time for more trees, and I'm not aware of the biodiversity part of it, but I know they've been asking for quite a lot of things. Have you got any knowledge of Greythorn Park, or
Not particularly, a bit parochial in terms of my knowledge, and Gardner's Creek is a big enough catchment as it is, and that's really where our focus is.
Sorry, the microphone's dropping in and out. Thank you. Graham, did you finish your comment?
Yes.
Thank you. And there are no other lights on, so foreshadowed to move a motion. So I will now go back to Councillor Councillor Pattis. Oh, for the officer? Yeah, thank you. So thank Graham again. Look, thank you, and yes, you can go back to the gallery. We very much appreciate your presentation. Now we will now go to officers. If there's anything to provide feedback.
No, nothing further. Just to also give thanks to Graham for his submission and the support of Coon on Coot Alliance and other friends groups in delivering upon our biodiversity strategy.
Thank you. And Councillor Pattis, you said you had a question for officers?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just through you, I just thought it was important to ask the question about Greythorn Park. It is the one that's getting the biggest increase, which is fantastic. I just want to ask, is that because it hasn't been looked at for a while? Is that because it's got the greatest capacity? What's the reason? I'm very pleased it's getting an increase, but I just want to know, haven't we been doing enough there in the past? I know the friends groups there absolutely want more, and they've got a lot of volunteers, and they really want us to support them and help them.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Greythorn Park is recognised as a priority for us for further biodiversity development. There has been plenty going on there with the Friends group. They have their annual planting days where they strongly support our work through that area. As you're aware, they're also advocating for additional trees through that park, and we're about to meet them out on site and talk through those possibilities as well. So it is just a really positive site for us to continue to do good work with. Oh, we have been. So this is a site that has been under development for a number of years, but it still has capacity for further growth in its biodiversity areas without compromising the other uses of that park.
Thank you very much. And there are no other lights on. So, Councillor Osborne-Smith, you indicated a motion or amendment motion?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to propose an alternative motion to that which is on screen and introduce it if I may.
Thank you. We'll just wait for it to come up onto the screen. And again, I just highlight we have had some technical issues, so it's taking a little bit longer than normal.
Perhaps if you, Ms. Box, could put the image up and I can speak to that, and then that can result in the proposed amendment, is that possible?
She's waiting to see that's not a motion.
No. Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Osborne-Smith, we need we need a mover and a seconder before you can then speak to the motion.
So after what is in it, what his motion is. So you could speak to it without booking.
I can read it out if it helps.
There's an amendment.
Yeah. So
Do you want me just to read it out?
would you like to read it out? So
Sure.
we've got the officer's recommendation on the screen. Does your amendment capture point 1 and 2?
It does, and it just adds a third point.
Right. If you could read
I can read it out, and then I can,
Thank you very much.
if there's a second, I can talk to it. Please put the words. Oh, there we are.
Terrific. Okay.
So,
So, Councillor Osborne-Smith, is that your motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Tonic.
I'm happy to second.
Thank you. And do we have any opposition to the motion? See no opposition at this stage. Councillor Osborne-Smith, would you like to speak to a motion?
Briefly, given there's no opposition from what you're saying, I'd just like to introduce, I guess, formally the concept of green curtains. It is a very simple idea to expand the area in our municipality in which we can add biodiversity. I think the last debate, which went for many hours, highlighted the challenges of tree canopy and space, land, and I think we can all acknowledge that the challenges we face as a council is that we control relatively small percentage of land in our municipality, which means how we use that land is very important and precious. We have competing uses for our council land, sports grounds, a bit of open space, sunshine, etc. And we also now have increasing demands on that land for biodiversity and tree canopy. The concept of green curtains is very simple, and it is simply additional tree planting and biodiversity planting along fence lines. And it has the, in my view, the multiple benefits where we all end up with a win. Planting along fence lines hides ugly fences. It improves privacy for residents. It increases biodiversity locations, and it reduces the need to fill up valuable grassed open space areas where sunlight is enjoyed. And so for that reason, I've asked for that amendment to the officer's recommendation to guide officers in locating plantings both for biodiversity, for tree canopy, and also for greenways plantings in locations along fence lines.
Thank you very much. And I might just add it's also a deterrent for graffiti as well.
If I didn't mention that, I should have. Thank you, Chair.
Now, look, there appears to be no opposition. So, Councillor Tawney, did you want to speak at this
One second. I just wanted to say two things. I wanted to acknowledge and congratulate Councillor Osborne-Smith for this idea of green curtains, which you brought to council, and your persistence and determination and vision. And we've got to this point, and I think you should be really proud. I think it's a really great idea. And just to note that there's no additional budget requirements for this. So it's all incorporated in your budget for biodiversity. It's just a clever way of doing it. Thank you for your indulgence, Chair.
Thank you very much. No, Councillor Osborne-Smith, you have nothing further to say?
I was going to throw up a photo, but I won't waste time. I think I've got nothing further to say. Thank you.
We will go to the vote then.
Can I ask a question before we do? I'm sorry, my light has been on. So sorry. Yes. Through you, Chair. Just a point of clarification or potentially an additional word in there. I'm wondering whether there would be any vegetation types that would be excluded from that list, something that is not biodiversity, greenways or trees. Would it be worth including, or any other vegetation, just to maximise the opportunities?
Yes, I think that's a good suggestion, and I'd be happy with that. I'd perhaps remove the words "note that" at the beginning of 3.
Okay.
Just
sorry, Mr. Storer would like to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make the point that yes, that could be a valuable addition, but also the importance of recognising that biodiversity sites are not determined by fence lines. And so I just want us to be very clear that we're not setting an expectation that we will locate biodiversity sites just because there's a fence line instead of where they should actually be, which might mean we'll go into an open space area, do a biodiversity planting scheme, but it may not be against the fence line for that reason. I just want us to be all clear about how that works.
So this supplements the biodiversity plan. It doesn't attempt to replace it, is that?
It may do. That would be different. We're talking about biodiversity planting as opposed to additional planting beyond the biodiversity planting if I were to take the language you just used. So this is about planting for biodiversity purposes, not planting just green fences. And so all I'm saying to you is it's important to be clear that item 3 should be read on the basis that wherever possible will be determined by where the appropriate biodiversity planting site is, as long as we're all clear about that.
I don't follow that point. I'm sorry.
May I, through the chair?
Sorry, I'll just allow Mr. Straw to finish response. Thank you.
So the issue with this is that it says, note that wherever possible, fence lines in parks or reserves should be prioritised for planting, and so on it goes. This report is about biodiversity planting. And the point I'm making is that biodiversity planting will not logically always be located against fence lines, because that will not suit the location for the biodiversity planting you're wanting to undertake. And I just wanted to be clear that we all understand that. So you may see some biodiversity planting taking place in an open space area, a park, which isn't against the fence line, because it's located where it should actually be. I just want us to all be clear about that. That's all.
Thank you. Before I go to others, Councillor Simfield had her microphone on first.
Thank you, Chair. Noting what the CEO has just said, I do wonder if it would perhaps be better to move part 3 of this motion in general business, noting the biodiversity report tabled in item 4.5, because it's extraneous to the biodiversity report.
That's a good idea.
It would still have it moved tonight, but it's just not strictly biodiversity.
Sorry, I'll go to the mover then. Thank you.
If I could just understand your suggestion, because it's simply a planting concept. You're saying it's beyond the remit of specifically biodiversity. So you're suggesting a standalone concept. Is that, if I understood that correctly?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm suggesting. And I'm just trying to quickly go to the agenda just to confirm that in fact we do have general business, and governance might be able to provide me with some. We do have general business after item 4.7.
Does that work for the officers? Okay.
So if that's the case, do you withdraw this amended motion? Yes. Thank you. Councillor Tawney, you understand there's been...
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, thank you. So we have the motion put before us as the original officer recommendation. I see no other lights on. I will put the motion... Oh, sorry, Councillor Franco, yes.
I was going to ask a question and put forward a suggestion, noting Councillor Sinfield's suggestion of moving point 3 to general business. Would there be merit in an additional point 3, and this is a question to officers, of adding a third point that says amend the urban biodiversity strategy to include reference to green curtains? So simply to include that as a concept somewhere in the strategy. It doesn't change the planting strategy, just so that that concept is embedded in the strategy that is being amended. That's separate to the prioritisation.
Mr. Straw will respond.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I think if you were going to do that, the way to achieve it would be to say that where biodiversity planting is being undertaken adjacent to a fence, the planting be designed in proximity to that fence to create a green curtain. So that would be part of the scheme you might actually use, but it relates to the undertaking of biodiversity planting. If you've got a separate policy, which has got nothing to do with biodiversity planting, to achieve green curtains throughout the city because you want to actually disguise fencing, that's a whole different conversation and a very different policy outcome with different costs. So that would be a separate discussion, which is what Councillor Sinfield may have been anticipating and suggesting that maybe that should move to general business. So I think it's very important to distinguish between the objective, one which I can well understand, that is to create green curtains along fence lines and open space, and biodiversity planting. Otherwise, they will not come together.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Franco?
Yes and no. I still wonder whether there's merit in specifically amending, including a clause to amend the urban biodiversity strategy, which is the theme of updating the urban biodiversity strategy, or the target specifically, but also to include the concept of, include a paragraph effectively to explain the concept of green curtains and how perhaps occasionally, where it's a biodiversity matter, it could be used.
Thank you. So we have the motion before us. Are you proposing an amendment, or I will put the motion?
Yeah, I'm happy to propose an amendment 3 that the urban biodiversity strategy be amended to include reference to green curtains.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Sorry, Councillor.
Happy to receive feedback from officers on that as well.
So we are in search. Councillor Pattis, is your light on to second this?
No, my light on is it well, I was going to ask that the original motion be put and that we deal with green fences in a separate area. Because general business.
Thank you. Councillor Nolan, did you put your light on to second? You did. All right, because we've begun the amendment process, we have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Franco, item 3, to amend the urban diversity strategy to include. Can you just assist governors with the final words?
Reference to green curtains. I don't even need we can say concept of, yeah.
Yeah. Right, Councillor Franco, is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Okay, Councillor Nolan.
You're happy to second?
All right, thank you. Is there any opposition? Councillor Pattis. Councillor Pattis, would you like to speak?
Madam Chair, I'd just like to hear from the officers whether they actually understand the impact of this. I don't mean whether this is talking about looking at biodiversity along fence lines. Is that
so you're seeking clarification?
Yeah, I'm seeking clarification whether if we vote for this, that it's clear it's not to do with green curtains, it's got to do with biodiversity along fence lines.
Mr. Freer?
Thank you. Through Madam Chair, the effective amendment of the strategy brings the concept into biodiversity in those locations. We have not, like the biodiversity strategy in its entirety has been developed on the basis of research. It's quite a comprehensive document that assessed site by site and the opportunities in each of those sites to increase, to planting plans, weed management, a variety of activities. So the inclusion of the reference as it's written there does not come with an analysis to understand what that is at this point in time. It is only in reference to the biodiversity elements here and those opportunities that may arise, and they would need to be assessed in order to determine what they are. The earlier, the withdrawn amendment from earlier was much broader and cut across a range of strategies, whereas this appears to be more narrow, but nonetheless would require some analysis site by site.
Thank you. Does that answer your question?
It does, but it may not achieve Councillor Mal's original objective, which is to try and increase the more green curtains in our city. I mean, I think it should be a bigger discussion, but anyway, I'm happy to support it because it doesn't actually change the biodiversity.
Thank you. And Councillor Franco, before we go back to you as the mover, Councillor Singfield, do you have a point of clarification?
I was going to make a suggestion, and the mover might like to adopt it, or I could move it as an amendment. To Councillor Osborne-Smith's point earlier, perhaps a fourth part that might read, where a biodiversity site is adjacent to a fence line, then opportunity to maximise planting should be considered. In addition to still moving something in general business that is much broader. But at least that speaks to the point the CEO raised earlier of where it is co-located, it could be maximised.
Thank you. Councillor Osborne-Smith, would you like to answer?
No, I'm sorry, I don't think that helps the situation. I think that in fact confuses it because if there's a biodiversity zone, I'll call it in front of a fence line, job done. It doesn't need to be called anything other than that. The idea of green curtains is simply to expand the available land that can be planted out. Now, whether we get hung up on it being a biodiversity a site, which I acknowledge it may or may not be suitable for. So under the biodiversity scheme, there is the ability to tweak the locations. So I would suggest that if there is a fence line that is suitable for a biodiversity planting, then the officers can recommend that's the case and we can proceed to plant out that area. Where it's not suitable, it's too thin or for other reasons, we don't need to call it a biodiversity zone. It can just be trees planted from the canopy stockpile or perhaps where it's a greenways from the greenways budget. So
Councillor Osborne-Smith, that's very adequate. So what we need to do now is just move with this motion put before us. Councillor Franco, this is your motion, your amended motion. So I see no other lights on. Did you want to speak to this before we put the motion?
Yes, I would like to speak to it. The intention of the motion is not to create additional work or analysis. It's simply to include a paragraph in the urban biodiversity area what the concept of green curtains is, where sometimes fences can be screened off, just as a way of starting to embed the concept. But it's not requesting additional research, additional anything. It's simply to include a paragraph to get that concept in circulation and in our nomenclature. The motion that was previously put up is much broader. It's not, and this is simply to start some understanding of the concept, and it's not intended to change priorities or anything. So I don't see it as intending anything further than that. If it's misunderstood to mean further than that, that's certainly not the intent. I want to make that clear. And if it is so confusing, I'm happy to withdraw the motion, but that's all that I'm proposing, and I'd like to.
Thank you. Councillor Nolan, as a seconder, did you want to speak?
No, happy.
All right, thank you. I will put the amended motion. All those in favour? I believe that's carried unanimously. So we will now determine this will become the substantive motion. So we will now put it as the substantive motion. So I ask for all of those to support in favour to show your hands. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. We now move on to the next item. Now I'm mindful it is 10 to 11. So we have two motions to go. It's unlikely we're going to finish within. Sorry, we have one motion to go in general business. It's unlikely to finish within 10 minutes, so I would like to seek a motion to extend until I propose 11:30.
Happy to move a continuance motion for you.
Thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Frempierre.
Happy to second.
All right. Those in favour? Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, the next agenda item is 4.7 Outdoor Event Policy and Framework for Consultation. Sorry, I have skipped 4.6. Draft Circular Economy Strategy, and David Shepherd, the Manager Environmental Sustainability and Open Spaces, will be speaking to this. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I'm pleased tonight to be able to present Council's first circular economy strategy for adoption. This strategy builds on Council's work in sustainability and provides a clear framework for further action. Transitioning to a circular economy is a necessary and proactive response to the challenges of climate change, resource scarcity, and waste generation. To develop this strategy, we partnered with Swinburne University to review current practices, explore opportunities, and respond to all that we've been hearing through the consultation processes for the Community Plan and the Climate Action Plan. There are 5 key focus areas for the strategy, each of which is supported with a series of actions which are detailed in the accompanying action plan. The officer recommendation is on the screen, and I commend that to you.
Thank you. Councillor Simpild.
No questions. Ready with a motion when the time is right.
Thank you. Now I see no lights on, so I believe that is the right time now.
The officer's recommendation, please.
Thank you. I'm in search of a seconder. Councillor Nolan.
Happy to second.
All right. Thank you. Anyone opposed? See no opposition. I will put the motion. Those in favour?
I guess I won't speak to it. I'm so sorry.
Councillor Simfield, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, I would. Got a thought. As chair of the Waste Reference Group, I'd be delighted to speak to this and encourage my colleagues to vote in support of this very first circular economy strategy. I think the strategy speaks for itself, but I would certainly like to acknowledge the effort of many officers over a significant period of time that have brought us to this point. The circular economy strategy and associated action plan are integral to the future of Boroondara, and it shows how innovative this council is and the officers in being future focused and taking a strong position of advocacy with key partners and product and packaging stewardship. So I commend this motion to my colleagues.
Thank you. Now, seconder, would you like to speak, Mr. Knight?
Very, very briefly, I also commend the officers for their ongoing work on this, and in particular for the engaging with the community. And got QE's Recycling near me. I know a number of community volunteer organisations, which I think would be extremely well regarded anywhere in Australia. So I commend this as well.
Thank you very much. All right, I will now put that motion to the vote. Those in favour? Declare that carried unanimously. And thank those of you that have served on the committee for your service. It's a wonderful initiative, wonderful policy. Thank you, officers. Now we will move to 4.7, outdoor event policy and framework. Oh, we still got some. Yes. Sue Chan will be presenting the Manager of Arts and Culture and Economic Development, supported by Kate McCackey as the Director of Community Development. Over to you.
Good evening, councillors. The purpose of this report is to seek council endorsement of the draft Boroondara Outdoor Events Policy and associated event permit fees and charges for public consultation. Events are important to the Boroondara community, and each year some 400 to 600 events are held on council managed land. These events vary greatly, but at their core, all of them offer an important opportunity for social connection, contribute to our health and well-being, they activate our spaces, and some of them stimulate our economy. Events, however, exist in a highly regulated space, and there are important safety and amenity considerations. The development of the Boroondara Draft Outdoor Events Policy and Management Framework has been informed by stakeholder feedback, benchmarking of other councils, and a review of councils' processes and procedures. And our research has revealed there are 5 key features in effective events management, and the proposed policy and framework responds to all of them. So firstly, having a clear strategic framework that outlines Council's priorities and our decision making. The draft new policy explicitly addresses that. Secondly, the classification of events into categories and a tailored approach to how they are managed rather than a one-size-fits-all. Thirdly, risk and compliance. Safety management of events is constantly changing, and the draft policy and framework takes a balanced approach but will bring events in Burundara up to a contemporary standard. And there are non-negotiable safety measures that we need to consider. Fourthly, stakeholder engagement and communication, and that's the core of our work. We started this piece of work engaging with our event organisers and community, and that will remain a key theme to our work. And lastly, resourcing and alignment. The new approach is about delivering on our customer first promise, so our alignment of our processes will be directed by our customers. So alongside introducing a tiered approach to the management of events, Table 4 of the report summarises the fees and charges that would apply to events, and some of these are new and some of them have been repurposed and some of them have been retired as well. A new sliding fee structure is proposed to be introduced for all fees except for permits, which is a one fee only. Otherwise, full, discounted or full waivers will be applied to all other fees and charges. A minimum 5-week period is proposed for the public consultation phase of the draft policy and framework, but given the time of the year we are at, it is proposed that the consultation period is extended to early February to ensure that our event organisers and our community have plenty of time to give us feedback. The officer's recommendations on the screen, and I commend it to the councillors.
Thank you. Now, I'm in search of any questions. Councillor Abuki.
Thank you, through you, Chair, and thanks for the incredible amount of work that has gone into this. On page 219, when it talks about the improved and streamlined e-forms and event information, as well as the updated process mapping, does the process mapping, is that at the back end or is that for applicants? So is it that it guides them through what they need to do step by step?
So the process that we've designed and anticipated for applicants, we've already know what they are. So the process mapping is our internal mapping that we need to do. So at the moment, we've designed all our processes with customer to council. But in terms of the process mapping that we need to do, it's about figuring out how all the different departments will speak to each other. So there's lots of different departments that are involved in issuing and assessing events, and that's probably not often realised by the external customer. And this is one of the threads that we've had to unravel.
Thank you. And I just had one more question, and that was under 4.3 evaluation, when you said that the policy and framework will be subject to an initial review after 2 years. What capacity is there to make adjustments and improvements earlier if opportunities arise, particularly since it's a new system?
So in some ways, the process has already begun because events are happening in our city already. So we have already started providing training and templates for our event organisers already. The purpose of separating the policy with the guidelines is to enable the guidelines to be updated constantly under delegation. So we will be reviewing that on a as required basis. As part of the management framework, the process is, one of the processes is to introduce an internal events working group. And so that working group will meet monthly and address any of the issues that arise.
Great, thank you. And Chair, when the moment is right, I'd like to foreshadow a motion.
Thank you. Councillor Osborne-Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question, if I may. And first of all, thank you for that tremendous report. And I'm super excited about where events are heading in Burundara and can't wait to be part of a few. But Table 3 is an important part because it defines small, medium and major events. I'm just wondering whether, being as prescriptive as you have been there, whether it might box the process into something that
you find you can't define. So, for example, if there's an event of 40 people, but it requires alcohol, where does that fit? So, I think as I read through this, it's a pretty good stab at trying to define different categories of events, but I'm wondering if you should build in some flexibility in each of those to say something like, or as the officers determine, literally to give yourself some leeway that if there is an event which just feels like it's a major event, it can be classified as that. Or if it feels like it's a small event, it could be classified as a small event. Maybe it's something that'll come up in the feedback process. I don't wish to sort of interrogate the report tonight. It's just something that struck me as perhaps creating more challenges for those events that don't naturally fit one of those categories. Yeah. Yeah.
I really appreciate this question, and we did do a lot of modelling in-house about, what is a small, what is a medium, what's a large. I think the important thing to note is, one, there's an event working group that will address any of the tricky issues, but we also need to provide clarity for our event organisers. So 50 is the threshold. If you're also bringing structures, if you're bringing a marquee or a food truck, then that requires so all those clauses that are in those smalls, they're and clauses, they're not or clauses. But, I guess at the point of this is, one, we will have for the first time an identified event permit. It will also have staff who can pick up the phone and answer any questions. So if it's not clear, then we can respond to that. But I think having those criteria and having that clear rather than an intuition is really important for our customers.
Okay, acknowledging that, I perhaps it's just it seems to me it might be better as a guide or give yourself some flexibility in that if for whatever reason an event that comes up doesn't precisely match those categories.
So just to be clear, Councillor Smith, that is exactly what it is. It's a decision-making framework, and if it doesn't meet those criteria, then it does exactly what you said. It becomes then some trigger for officers to look at, okay, well, what else is going on here that we need to make sure is adequately addressed in the event that's being proposed. So it effectively does that, because you can get analysis by paralysis and think of every single potential scenario of every event and never actually land an event policy. So you kind of have to land with a description of what those events are in order for you to be able to then have a decision-making framework that you can implement.
I'm not disagreeing with any of the efforts made to categorise event. So if you're suggesting I was encouraging you to remove that. Quite the contrary. I think it's a great stab. I just wanted to build in that flexibility. Which
absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, sorry, light's gone off. There are no more lights on. So, sorry, Councillor Sinfield, you're back on?
Wasn't turned off intentionally.
Right.
Perhaps someone has determined that I'm over my word count for tonight. My question is in relation to street parties, and I understand that when we were briefed on this, this matter was raised. And I'm wondering if you might be able to point me to the section in the policy that does, in the draft policy, that does cover off on street parties.
So street parties are excluded from the policy because they're working very well the way that they've been managed. So that's one of the exclusions in the policy.
Thank you. I do understand that, but I did think we reached a consensus when we were briefed on it that the policy would more explicitly say that it is excluded. I can see
So 1.2 scope talks about that.
It just references the street party policy from my reading of it, and in further references the 27th.
It says on the third paragraph down that this policy does not apply to licensed and or organised sport, filming balloon launches, residential street parties, busking, promotional stores or fundraising activities.
That's right. I have
These activities are covered by the footpath trading guidelines, etc., etc.
Thank you. I can confirm that's the same version that I have read in that paragraph form, but I did think that for clarity of the community, there would be a small section referring people to the other policy in more than just a list format, just to make it clear for them, so that if they looked up street parties in the index as a small event, it would be more clear for them.
I think it's a really good point you raise. I think that probably isn't around the communications on our website, in our guidelines, in the other landing pages when you're a community member or an event organiser that's seeking information, that it's that rather than the policy document itself where that needs to be really articulated.
Thank you for your feedback. I have a difference of opinion and I'm happy to leave it there.
Thank you. Now, there are no other lights on, so Councillor Buki, you foreshadowed a motion.
Yes, thank you. I would like to move that we accept the officer's recommendation as it appears on the screen. Thank you.
And Councillor Osborne-Smith?
Happy to second that.
Thank you. Now, before we speak to the motion, is there anyone in opposition? No, I see no hands up. Councillor Buki, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just briefly, I'd like to start by thanking the officers for their time and for the comprehensive work that's gone into this report and the development of the new outdoor event policy and framework. And as Ms. Chan has said, Boroondara has such a rich event life, from local festivals and community celebrations to sporting and cultural gatherings. And this framework provides a structure to support this vibrancy. It will help organisers navigate the process more easily while ensuring safety, compliance and consistency across all events held on council land. And it's great, and on public land. It's great to see a framework that balances support for our community with the need to maintain our high standards of amenity, accessibility and public safety. I really look forward to hearing the community's feedback during the consultation period and to seeing how this new approach will strengthen and celebrate the many events that make Boroondara such a connected and lively city. So thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Osborne-Smith has the seconder. Did you want to say anything?
I would just briefly like to endorse Councillor Buki's sentiments, thank the officers very much for their comprehensive report, and say I very much look forward to not only the feedback from our residents on this policy, but the implementation of this policy as our events in the future unfold. I'm looking forward to them very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now put the motion. Those in favour? I declare those carried unanimous. Thank you. There, we move on to general business. Does anyone want to raise an item in general business? Councillor Pattis.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think that this was going to be Councillor Bailu's last chairing of this committee, and I just think maybe on behalf of the council, you might want to just thank him for his work so far.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. As Councillor Bayu is not here this evening and I'm filling in as chair on his behalf, I want to acknowledge his 12 months of service in the chair position. He's been an incredible chair, very diligent, very considered to community and supportive of councillor and councillor officers and CEO and executive staff. So on behalf of all of us here, I would like to say a genuine and sincere thank you to Councillor Bailey for his service. It is a late night. Well done. Yes, thank you. Is there anyone else? Councillor Sinfield.
Before the opportunity lapses, I wondered whether Councillor Osborne-Smith wanted to pursue the idea earlier in relation to green curtains.
Yes, and perhaps someone can explain for me how it might work.
Perhaps we could.
Mr. Storer.
Yes.
Could I, through Madam Mayor, Chair, suggest that. Sorry about that. Suggest.
Are you preempting?
Yes, suggest that if the objective is to achieve, and I understand this from things you've said before, is to achieve a softening of fences which abut our open space areas, then irrespective of whether there happens to be biodiversity near those areas or not, then I think what I'd be asking for, which doesn't need to be in the form of a motion, we can do this in any case, is a report about how that might be done and what the implications might be. So what we would do for you in that case is come to a council briefing session and say, well, here's what that could look like. Is this what you want to fund? Because it's going to be a cost to do that across the city. If you want something which is only linked to biodiversity planting, which happens to be adjacent to a fence, then that's a very different thing. And during that conversation, I was trying to offer you that option of saying that where we are undertaking planting, particularly biodiversity planting in our open space network, that we also take the opportunity to ensure that that planting include a green curtain when it's adjacent to a fence. And I think that would bring those two things together if that's your intention. So it might help to hear what your intention was, and then we can clarify the language around that.
Can I?
Yeah, please, John. Yeah.
So it may help because I was at the same meeting that Councillor Malosbrin and myself were, and the mayor were at this afternoon with various officers. And I think what we were trying to achieve was where the opportunity arises, be it through biodiversity, greenways, or trees, the green curtains can be used. And I don't think we were overly pushed that it had to be biodiversity or it had to be trees, it had to be greenways. The objective was to try and curtain the fences simply where the opportunity appeared adjacent, without any additional resources, without a report, just when the opportunity arises.
Okay, well that makes a lot of sense. And indeed, the language you had, I think, if we were to put that up on the screen, if we can, could be adapted for that purpose.
So, Councillor Frempera, did you want to?
What is it, emotion?
Sorry, Councillor Frempera, did you want to add anything to the comments here?
I think, sorry, I just might seek a question. I believe the Director of Planning might have a comment.
Thanks. Maybe it's just something to carefully consider as well, in that there are issues around the relationship between private property and public land from a safety and surveillance point of view, and the fact that you want to have a relationship between private land overlooking and providing security of and safety of and surveillance of public land. So screening off all of the fence lines may be an issue in certain situations. So it's perhaps just something to carefully consider in rolling out a policy objective.
Yeah.
Perhaps could I suggest that the language that's here, I think would be fine if it was moved as it is. What Mr. Walker has raised is a design question, which we need to resolve when we're actually doing the design.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So, as a clarification, Councillor Osborne-Smith, is this an item you're raising in general business, or?
Yes, this is an item I'm raising in general business with the assistance of my fellow councillors and officers. Thank you.
Yeah, and look, I appreciate it's been a team effort to compose this and put it together, but just for the minute-taking purposes. So this is an item you're raising in general business, and this will reflect your name, okay?
So this is a statement, not something we're voting on.
No, it's just a statement, a statement put by Councillor Osborne-Smith.
Yeah, so I've put a heading green curtains, and I would choose the words that council, thank you, wherever appropriate.
Yes.
Maybe a little softer word for a little flexibility for the councillors, fence lines and parks. Thank you.
Should prioritise be considered? Replace prioritise for considered? Because prioritise suggests.
Yeah. No.
Oh.
No.
Because if you prioritise, it means you'd rather put the planting in the fence rather than anywhere else. I think you want to consider planting along fence lines, don't you? Rather than prioritising it. Are you prioritising planting on fence lines over other things?
I'd be more comfortable with prioritise. I appreciate it's a stronger word. I think there's enough flexibility in that for officers to determine if it's not appropriate. But I would that we have hundreds of kilometres of fences, and I think it would be great for there to be some sort of priority in screening those, whether it's biodiversity plantings, tree canopy, or greenways funding. So I'm comfortable with that.
Councillor Osborne-Smith, the first sentence or first line, that council wherever appropriate fence lines in parks. Do you feel that there's something missing there? So
Yeah, I'd put a heading, green curtains, so we know what we're talking about. That counts.
Mel, I've just sent you a suggested.
Zero effect in all fence lines and parks reserves should prioritize birds.
Or coming back, that's the sign.
Wherever a law.
please.
If I could just, I'm not sure whether all councillors heard the question, which was, is there a report coming back? This is something which would arise as a result of a range of other initiatives that you've already agreed to. So where you're doing a greenways project, for example, part of the design consideration will be how do we do this? And to take Mr. Walker's point, what sort of planting would you use so you don't actually overcome passive surveillance in a particular location?
Sounds good. Would the word soft landscape be appropriate on?
No, we don't need to overwork this. I would remove the words to contribute to canopy cover, the last 4 words. I don't think that's necessary.
Sorry, just on the very first line, it still doesn't quite make sense.
If I may, and if Councillor Mal Osborne-Smith accepts it, I think it might be that where appropriate, along fence lines in parks or reserves should be prioritised for planting. And then, as Councillor Osborne-Smith has said, we can delete to contribute to canopy cover because we have now covered off all the...
And you should put the words planting before the word along. Oh, okay. You put delete along. Be prioritised and delete the words for planting after the word. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
All right.
And delete the last 4 words to contribute to canopy cover. That's not the point. Yeah.
Right.
Is this a motion?
It's a statement.
Right.
We captured in general business. And Mr. Storer, the intent by capturing this in general business, will it form an action?
What I would suggest is that this would be worth moving as a motion. And what I would do is begin by saying that council : then start with wherever possible. So it can read as a motion. So drop wherever down to the next wherever gone. At council. Right. That's it. Spot on. Thank you.
Yeah. So if we're putting it as a motion,
Just drop wherever down to the next line.
You also need to change planting to plant.
so should it be resolve to or just resolve that wherever possible?
And planting needs to change to plant.
Right. So Councillor Osborne-Smith, does this reflect the intent of what you're wanting to achieve?
I think it's very close. I'm just a little uncomfortable with the word appropriate. Just give me a sec. Come on.
Sorry, Chair, it's not very grammatically correct.
That's what I'm struggling.
Wherever appropriate.
Where appropriate.
So where appropriate, council plant along fence lines in parks or reserves. Where's the be prioritised? That doesn't really.
Yeah, it's either council plant or planting be prioritized.
It's not that hard.
All right, I'll just read it out
Or you could use the word where appropriate.
instead of wherever.
Yeah.
The Services Delegated Committee resolved that
Yep.
1. Where appropriate, planting along fence lines in parks or reserves be prioritised. In brackets, the green curtains concept. This planting may be the form of either biodiversity planting, greenways planting, trees or other vegetation.
Yeah. I'd make one last change, and I'd change the word appropriate to possible.
Okay.
That's all. General business, green curtains, green curtains.
Have a mover just ask for a seconder.
All right. Now, to assist progress this, Councillor Osborne-Smith, you are the mover of this motion. This is now formed a motion.
All right. Look, I'll take a feedback from my colleagues and change that word possible back to appropriate. It feels like it's you've got a little more consensus.
Yes, yes. And I am now in search of a seconder.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Simpill.
Happy to second.
All right, thank you. Do we need number 1? Since it is the only.
Where it was asked.
Yeah.
Just put the
Okay. All right. No, I first of all just need to check, is anyone in opposition to this? I see no opposition. I ask the mover to very briefly speak to the motion.
I think I've already spoke to the motion, so I'm happy to let it stand.
All right.
And
The
ask
motion.
my colleagues' support. Thank you.
I will put the motion. Those in favour? That is declared unanimously. Thank you. Is there any other general business this evening? Councillor Simpill.
There is. Thank you, Chair. I note that the Services Delegated Committee deals with matters related to community and community services. So I think it's important to note that Remembrance Day is tomorrow, one of the most important days on our commemorative calendar. It's a day when we acknowledge those who died or suffered while serving in wars, conflicts and peace operations. This is the anniversary of Armistice in 1918 that ended fighting in World War I, noting that the war didn't officially end until 1919. People in Australia and many other countries observe 1 minute silence at the 11th hour on the 11th day of the 11th month, because that's when the armistice came into effect. It's a time to honour all personnel who died or suffered in the service of Australia. I'd like to acknowledge our Defence Service personnel, past and present, and also our RSLs and associated volunteers who continue their legacy. There are services being held in Burundara, and I encourage our community to pay their respects, lest we forget.
Lest we forget. Thank you. And if anyone would like information of where services are held, please call the City of Burundara and they will be able to provide that information to you. But my understanding is RSL, certainly the Camberwell Pompey Elliott, will be having a service commencing at 10 a.m. I believe St James Park is holding a service. No, that's held. Councillor Sinfield, would you?
And the cenotaph in queue.
And will that be from 10 a.m. to the
It's 10:30 for 11 o'clock.
Right, thank you. And sorry, Councillor Fermpier?
Yeah, just very briefly, I want to acknowledge the hard work of a community member in Ashburton, Dee Ford, who coordinated with Melbourne Water over a course of about 3 or 4 months, resulting in a extensive cleanup of the creek, Gardener's Creek, Cuyonku Creek, between Wargle Road and Markham. Melbourne Water went in with a crew and removed trolleys, rubbish, other building waste, and that was initiated off the back of this community member. And they've also given a commitment to do this on a regular basis, which is a big achievement. So I think that deserves a shout out.
Thank you very much. I believe that concludes general business. Urgent business? Say anything that we need to raise? No urgent business. Confidential business? There is no confidential business. So I will now proceed to the closing of the meeting. I want to thank all the members in the gallery, all people watching online, and acknowledge all people that may watch this on YouTube at a later date. Thank you for your attendance and participation, and I declare this meeting closed at 11:25 p.m. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, officers.